Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 1, call to order and roll call. 1A. It is call for quorum. It is 8:09 a.m. on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the Executive Assistant, Valerie Newman, will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate that you are present. If you're unable to respond verbally, we ask that you please type your name. Val.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Watchman.
Present.
Commissioner Lerner.
Present.
Commissioner Meal.
Present.
Commissioner York.
Present.
Chairperson Newberg.
Present.
And for the record, also in attendance is Brian Schmidt, Executive Director, Lori Van Herren, Deputy Director, Public Information Officer Michelle Crank, Community Outreach Coordinator Marie Chappell. And from our legal team, we have Brett Johnson, Eric Spencer from Snell and Wilmer, and Roy Herrera and Daniel Ariano from Ballard Spar. Our mapping consultants, we have Mark Flahan, Parker Bradshaw, and Brian Kingery from Timmins, Doug Johnson, Ivy Beller-Sikansky, and Ken Chalkins from NDC Research. And our transcriptionists today are Kim Portick and Angela Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. Agenda item 1B, call for notice. Val, was the notice and agenda for the commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of today's meeting?
Yes, it was, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2, approval of minutes from October 17th, 2021. We have both A, the general session, and we have B, E session as it relates to public records request, as well as our discussion on majority minority Voting Rights Act commitments. Is there any discussion on the minutes? If there's no discussion, I will entertain a motion to approve both the general session and the executive session minutes from October 17th.
This is Commissioner York. I vote a motion to approve the minutes in October 17th, executive and in general session.
This is Commissioner Lerner. I second the motion.
If no further discussion, Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, the general session and executive session minutes from October 17th have passed. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will now open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of the meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the Commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. With that, we move to agenda item, before we move to agenda item number 4, we do have a Spanish interpreter with us today. If she could please introduce herself.
Good morning, my name is Brenda Lopez. I will be your Spanish interpreter today. You can come to me if you need help for Spanish interpreting. Buenos días, mi nombre es Brenda López, seré su intérprete en español. Puede venir conmigo si necesita interpretación en español.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. We'll get back to agenda item number 4, discussion of public comments received prior to today's meeting. I will turn it over to my colleagues.
I would just like to again thank, I appreciate the fact that so many folks are actually paying close attention to what we're doing. and providing feedback on some of the ideas that are being proposed. I want to remind everybody also we're still early in the process because some folks I know seem a little nervous about where we're going, but we got a lot of things to still do. But I just wanted to say we appreciate that feedback.
Given our current schedule, it certainly makes for late night reading. So, but I know all of us are actually going through these comments. So we do try to absorb it with whatever energy we have left. So thank you all.
I have nothing to add except thank yous to our whole team and my colleagues because we do know that it's a rigorous schedule. I think we have a great team. So thank you. And thank you to the public for your engagement. We're getting a huge number of maps now, public comments. It keeps the debate, active and ongoing and highly organic. So we're very appreciative. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 5, potential update discussion and potential action concerning polarization data and report presentation from mapping consultants regarding U.S. and Arizona constitutional requirements. I do not know if there's any further update from our mapping folks.
Just on the polarized voting report, we do have the draft report and legal, just sent to legal just before this meeting, so they will be reviewing it.
And is that by district, or how is that being done now? Or, no, it can't be. So.
No. So the district by district review, I think, is a legal team is doing that. This is just the written kind of more detailed description of what Dr. Hanley's already presented to you. So there's no new information. It's just a written text version with some background on how it was done.
And I imagine that that's very helpful data for all of our VRA consultants who are actively working behind the scenes. So thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Just to follow up with that, since do we know when we will get the VRA report, polarization report from legal then? Since they're reviewing Dr. Hanley's, but then, as you mentioned, they're going to be doing their own district by district.
To answer that question, I think we're going to have an update and some advice that we intend to give during executive session at the next agenda item. But to answer the question, generally, we've received the polarization report, the draft of it from Doug about half an hour ago, so we're going to look at that. Our legal team and the consultants are going to look at it during the meeting, and then I think we can return back with our analysis, hopefully later today, at least some rough analysis later today, and something maybe more formal by tomorrow. But again, I'll provide some additional update when we get to the next agenda item.
Yes, as foreshadowing, when we get to agenda item number 7, prior to diving into mapping, we're going to suggest make a recommendation to my colleagues to go into e-session for further legal guidance on the VRA threshold issues. Anything else on this? Okay. Agenda item number 6 is this where we're at? Potential support from staff and mapping consultants regarding public outreach, utilization of mapping software, and report on public map submissions. Any updates on that item?
As of yesterday, we had 86 submissions, and today we're up to 104. The AZ Latino Coalition legislative districts has been published out there, so anybody that's in the public that wants to view them, they are available online. With that, I think that's the only update that we have today.
And if I remember correctly, are we at some point going to work on some kind of larger public opportunity for a tutorial or live? I know you've been gracious with your time and opening yourselves up to coach the public with trying to submit maps. Is that something we're going to continue to work on to provide opportunities for the public to get some technological help?
Yes, so the plan is, at least in all the business meetings, to continue to do some type of training. And if there is an opportunity that we want to schedule for a technical support session, we could.
Okay, great.
And I've been working with staff to figure that out.
Excellent. I mean, the fact that we're just continuing to get more and more data, more and more submissions, in and of itself tells me that the community is getting more and more comfortable with the mapping tools, and that whatever you're doing to provide the tutorials and other options for submitting data is really working. So thank you. If there's no other comments on that, we'll move to agenda item number 7, draft map decision discussion and possible action concerning revisions to the grid map. As we alluded to earlier, I'm going to make a suggestion that the commission go into executive session, which would not be open to the public, for the purpose of obtaining legal advice with respect to acquiring the resources referenced in the consultant's update, ARS 38-431.03A3, to basically seek additional VRA guidance to honor our constitutional responsibilities. With that, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session if there's no other further discussion.
So moved.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will move into executive session. We will have our legal counsel, core staff, commissioners remain, and we will welcome the public back. I don't expect it to be too long. Thank you. Please turn your mics off. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to reconvene in public session. I thank the public's patience for the opportunity for the commission to go into executive session to get legal advice as we're drawing lines and honoring the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. With that, we will resume our public portion. We are on agenda item number 7, draft map decision discussion and possible action concerning revisions to our maps. So I will turn it over to our mapping consultants.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start with congressional or legislative? Is there a preference?
I believe we were planning to alternate, and so if my colleagues are open to it, I'm happy doing the legislative maps. We did have more time to review the congressional map.
Yeah.
That's the one caveat that
Because of that, I'd prefer to do the congressional first, and then while we're sort of breaking, I can stare a little bit more at the legislative.
okay, why don't we do the congressional since we did have more time to review that?
Okay.
Thanks.
So as a recap of yesterday, the commission approved congressional map 3.5, and you can see how the state tree was built for the 4X series that you received. There was 2 branches that came off of 3.5. There was congressional district map 4.0 and congressional map 4.2. And then we also drew a 4.1, and that is taking into account all the changes for 4.0. So Brian, why don't you bring up 4.0? So the goal for 4.0 was to take the approved 3.5 version from yesterday and replicate District 7 from the Latino Coalition's submitted plan. And then after that, to balance the rest of the districts in this change. So the first thing that we did is we replicated the Latino Coalition's District 7. And once we did that, District 6 population became way over the limit, and District 9 lost a bunch of population, so we needed to go in and balance that. We moved the Gila River and Maricopa tribal nations from District 7 into District 2, which is in the blue. District 2 is now going to be pulling some of the extra population out of District 6. That includes the city of Maricopa, most of Casa Grande, the northeast section of Eloy, Red Rock, and most of Marana. District 5 is going to pull in extra population from District 2 by taking parts of Florence, Queen Valley, the Copper Corridor, and the non-reservation part of Gila County. District 4, we will pull extra population out of District 5, moving further into the Gilbert and East Mesa area there on the screen in the East Valley of Maricopa County. District 1 will be taking the extra population from District 4 by taking South Scottsdale, some of North Tempe, and all of the Salt River Indian Reservation. District 8 is going to pull extra population from District 1, which is the pink is District 8. District 9 is going to take extra population out of District 8 by taking Sun City West and Sun City Grand. It does separate Sun City for them, so that is a note there. And District 9 then shifts some of its extra population back into District 8 because it moves more north, Peoria, into District 8. The map is balanced. All population has been assigned for the state, and there was nothing that we were unable to fulfill out of your requests. And then the demographics we have added as requested from the last meeting. And that's all we have for 4.0.
Do you want to go through the alternatives?
Sure. You want to pull 4.1? So 4.1 builds upon this 4.0 map. And the goal of 4.1 is to show an alternate way of balancing the districts after we replicate the Latino Coalition's District 7 into the map. And it's mainly so that Gila County does not have to be moved into District 5. So the alternate steps that we took to balancing 4.1, this map, is that the Gila River and Maricopa Indian reservations are moved back into District 7. And then that would unbalance the district by about 15,000 people. Glendale is moved from the northernmost tip of District 7 into the southwest corner of District 8 for balancing. Go ahead and you can go ahead and show that. There we go. So that very tip of D7 turned into D8 as in the pink. District 1 pulls extra population from District 8. District 4 pulls the extra population from District 1, and that makes it move farther north into Tempe. District 5 pulls the extra population from District 4, and that moves further north into Chandler and the Gilbert area. District 2 takes all of Gila County from District 5. And then District 5 is going to move further south into Gila County, taking the towns of Kearney, the rest of the city of Florence, and the northern portion of Coolidge for balancing. Again, this map is also balanced. There's all the population has been assigned. The only thing that we really were not able to 100% fulfill in this request is we were not able to exactly replicate the Latino Coalition's boundary in this request, in this alternate. Is there anything specific you'd like to see in this one, or should we move to 4.2? 4.2? Okay, 4.2. Can you bring up the branching tree for a second? So keep in mind that 4.2 is a separate branch off of 3.5 of what you approved yesterday. So it doesn't take into account or build off of 4.0 or 4.1. Okay. So using the guidance of the Latino Coalition's District 7, the primary objective of this map is to consolidate more of the heavy Latino neighborhoods without going into Maricopa County. So we matched the Latino Coalition's map with a greater influence in the city of Yuma area specifically. We split Santa Cruz County between District 6 and District 7 out to the west, so the brown district with the yellow district in the bottom southeast corner of the state. We grabbed population that was missed on the outskirts of Marana and moved that from District 7 into District 6. The neighborhood that is just south of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. Scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, there you go. You can leave it right there. We moved that neighborhood into D7. This map is balanced, all the populations assigned, and we feel we were able to fulfill all of your requests. And with that, that sort of is the three different alternatives that we have for the congressional districts for you. Do you want to add anything, Doug? Nope.
Oh, that's good. Oh, just so folks know that in this map, the yellow arm coming up from Tucson towards Casa Grande, that's we need population District 6, and that's that Red Rock area that had been discussed before. But there had been earlier discussion about trying to include that into 6. So when we needed more population, we just went up that way.
I'd like it to open it up to questions, thoughts from my colleagues, and please reference both which version you would recommend starting from and why, but also speak to specifically what you're liking about the maps, because, whichever version we adopt, obviously we can modify and incorporate what we like about the different iterations. And just again, as a reminder, to try to incorporate as many of the 6 constitutional criteria as you can in elucidating why you're making these suggestions.
Okay. My preference is either 4.0 or 4.1. It's back and forth, we know that. And part of it is, I think that they actually keep our communities of interest the way they've been designed. I'll speak a little bit to that, and then I know that Commissioner Mule will speak to 4.2 as part of that. I think that 4.0 incorporates the coalition maps. It improves communities of interest in District 2, keeping Ak-Chin and Maricopa whole with the Gila River Indian community, where they have good relationships. It also helps with tribal representation in the district as well. It also keeps District 7, actually, do we have 4.0 up?
We can get there.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up here too. It keeps it extensively in Pima County as they requested. It does go into, we know it goes into Maricopa County, but we also know that District 9 is going into Maricopa County. So basically we have 2 districts that are going to have to reach in to that area in 4.0. And again, 4.1 is similar. It is something we could also go with. 4.0 has quite a bit of competitiveness as well, which is also what I like about it. 4 of the districts are pretty competitive as part of it, which I think fits the way our state is as part of it. So I think in terms of 4.0, that's kind of part of my reasoning for that. 4.1, just to kind of finish the 2 of them, because they're both similar since they have the Latino Coalition map. So just to cover that. 4.0 and 4.1 both keep Tucson pretty evenly split between Districts 6 and 7, which I like. And so I think that's part of why both of them work. Both of them do a good job in terms of some of the inner city areas in Phoenix with District 4 and District 3 and District 1 and District 8. All of those do that. I recognize with 4.0 what it does to District 5. And if we wanted to make that more compact, that's part of why I was looking at 4.1 as part of it. But those are just some of the ideas that we have. I think the argument that we don't want District 7 to reach up into Maricopa County when we have District 9 reaching into Maricopa County, to me that I don't think we can choose one or the other and say we can have District 9 do that, but not District 7. The other piece I will say why I prefer 4.0 and 4.1, just as a note, is that the mayor of Tolleson did send in something saying they would like to be part of that district. And so in recognition of that, that's another reason that I like that, and the competitiveness factor for all of those districts.
Good morning. And yes, shockingly, I do think that 4.2 is a significantly better map. And it really is the Latino Coalition. We're looking at their data because of communities of interest. That's really the key, and that's the reason we're looking at it. And I've been consistent from day one saying Pima, the urban area of Tucson and the urban area of Maricopa shouldn't have the same congressperson. And yes, District 9 goes into Maricopa County, but it only goes into one urban area. District 7 right now is going into both of the big urban areas, which just makes no sense whatsoever. So I'll argue strongly against that. In addition, District 6, we heard from people in Santa Cruz, they actually would prefer that county being split, and this does this well. I think District 6, it takes in Marana properly and Oro Valley and combines that whole area and going up to Red Rock. there's just a number of things, and it's geographically, it's a little less cumbersome map. The finger going up into Maricopa County of District 7, I've objected to from day one, and I will object to again today. And I just don't think it's the right thing to do. The mayor of Yuma says he doesn't want to be part of Maricopa, the urban area of Maricopa. So we've got one mayor arguing one way and another mayor arguing the other way. So I think we've got equal mayors upset no matter what we do. And I do think that the District 7 actually under this 4.2 comes up, it's a strong district that is the vast majority of what the Latino community viewed as a community of interest. And the part of it that isn't going up into the urban Maricopa, it's still combining those Latinos with other Latinos in communities of interest. So I would offer up 4.2. In fact, I will make a motion that we approve 4.2 as the new base map.
I would second that motion. One of the things that I think is important from a community of interest standpoint and from a growth standpoint is that the West Valley along the I-10 corridor stays together. And I feel Tullison is part of that community, as well as Avondale. I know there are older communities with heavy Hispanic and Latino populations, but they all benefit from the growth and job creation in the West Valley, and I feel that they should be involved in that voting process as it goes forward. The other thing I liked about 4.2 is that it kept the mountain preserve area of Phoenix together in District 1 and moved District 8 up along the I-17 corridor and encompass Sun City. So I think those are two good districts as we look at 4.2.
Just as a couple of, I'm sorry, Chairwoman, did you want to? So a couple of points about 4.2 on the concerns that I have about that. In terms of that, I think it adds too much of Central Tucson to District 7, which lowers the Latino coalition population numbers, the Latino population numbers. It has actually a significantly lower HCV VAP than the coalition map, which could be potentially problematic as part of it. The other thing that it does is District 2, which is competitive in maps 4.0 and 4.1, is really on the outside piece of being competitive or not competitive at all. In 4.0, it's 4.5 spread. In 4.1, it's a 6.8, and then it goes up to 8%. So it really impacts District 2 as part of that. It also splits Santa Cruz County. The population between District 7 and District 6, Santa Cruz County is heavily Latino, so it actually would belong, it should go into District 7. They have a lot in common. In Santa Cruz County, it's a community of interest as a part of this district. The other piece is that District 6 in 4.2 is in actually 6 different counties in this map, so it really splits up all of those counties, and it doesn't seem like that would be in the best interest of many of those folks. By keeping it in there in some form, that's 4.0 or 4.1, I think it overall is a benefit to those communities that have things in common. And the majority of the West Valley, as Commissioner York said, will still stay together and be able to be comprehensive as that voting block as well. So I don't think when we look at all the constitutional criteria, 4.2 works as well as 4.0 and 4.1.
I too had a preference for 4.2. As I looked across all 9 districts, I thought it was a little more balanced and provided a template from which we could make additional movements. I'm not satisfied with, the spreads in all of them. I'd like to try to make them more competitive, but I thought that the map was more compact and contiguous, and I thought it aligned more evenly and cleanly with communities of interest. And if we can now tweak that and try to make it more competitive, I think that the condensing of the spreads increases accountability. So to the extent that we can make it a little more competitive, representatives, I think the data show, are more accountable to their various communities of interest. But again, I don't think we're going to find an ideal great starting point, and there may be positives with each map. And if we start with one, that doesn't preclude making even, I don't want to say major, I mean, there's ripple effects, but we can try to incorporate principles that are of significant importance.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Watchman here. I support, and I think 4.0 is a better map, and obviously for my reasons, and that is that it includes in District 2 the city of Maricopa, the tribes of Auction and Gila River. And so what that does is that it increases the Native American voting age population, which I think, well, I'm not think, it would add a little bit more ability for the tribes to choose their candidate of choice. And that's really what I think is important. And I like the fact that now we've moved from a Western orientation to an Eastern. So this District 2, I think, covers and it includes actually half of the Native American tribes in this country. So I think in my opinion, it would speak well to the Voter Rights Act, which I know that's important to the tribes. But also I think 4.0 is a more competitive map, especially in Districts 1, 2, 4, and possibly 6. And so, but my biggest emphasis that I like with 4.0 is just the fact that it adds 2 more tribes to the earlier versions, which I think is very, very important. And it gives the tribes, which, obviously is a tremendous community of interest in our state, it gives them more voting power, which I think we need to respect, and we have. And I appreciate my colleagues here for continually recognizing, the Native American tribes and their reservations. So thank you.
Yeah, I hear you, Vice Chair Watchman. What about the southern tribes? What about the southern Native American tribes? Does this not empower more of the tribes in District 7? I mean, the Native American population is spread. It's less than 4% of Arizona's population, and so I'm just sensitive to the fact that we're not that we're not constraining ourselves on all districts in order, to accommodate, yes, an extremely important community of interest, but we have a lot of community of interest that we need to balance there, and I wonder if the tribes will be well served in District 7 as well.
Well, I guess a couple of points, Madam Chair, and thank you. First, the tribes, even though they're only 4% of the state, they have roughly a third of the state in terms of land mass. And so, by and large, that's a huge, huge reservation setting. And I think it's probably, Arizona is probably one of the only states that has a huge reservation base. And so the way I look at it is that you could probably divide the tribes into 2 categories, the northern tribes and the southern tribes. And so, granted, if you look at District 7, which I think in version 4 has roughly a 4% voter age population, they do have about, if you look at it, probably a third of that district. And so that has a lot of meaning. So the way I would look at it is that from the 4.0 version, we'd have 2 categories, 2 tribes separated in 2 community of interest, the northern tribes, and if you add Gila and Auction, that obviously would give the tribes a little bit more voting power. Not so much with District 7. However, we've got to recognize that they have land issues. And so I know that the Tohono tribe and the Kokapa, and probably Kushan, have a lot of challenges, especially with border issues. And so that obviously has a different perspective than the northern tribes. And so some of us don't know, but some of the members of the Tohono Nation actually they live in Mexico. So they have the ability to go back and forth. And so, but of late, it's been challenging for them to come back to their homeland or come back to their, to their capital, which is in Celts. And so for them and the tribes, the two tribes in the Yuma area, I think it's important that I think it'd be fine for them to be in District 7.
So Commissioner Watchman, this is Commissioner York, is from what I understand you're trying to say is that the tribes would have more cohesiveness as far as an interest group, but I would argue that what you just said, that the southern tribes, including the Gila, would have more in common with the border situation and what goes on in the southern part of the state than what is going on in the northern part of the state, which on version 4.2 includes all the northern tribes together in one block and all the southern tribes together in another.
Along those lines, I'm wondering, if the Native American community would be well served by having a stronger presence in District 7 with a stronger representation on a federal level. The legislative district is another story. The population is different such that it warrants, a different level of attention. But just looking at I understand the landmass issue, but looking at it from a population perspective, just looking at the population of the Native American tribes in the north, I'm just struggling with carving out the map to honor that community of interest when I think that the alternative map honors a larger number of communities across the state. Having said that, I am committed and interested in trying to take whatever starting point we have and trying to, as the sixth criteria is, maximize competitiveness to the extent that it does not cause detriment to the other factors, because narrowing that range does help accountability. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure that there's accountability to these communities of interest in District 2. And so if there are unique, points, further debate, I open it up. If not, we can take a vote.
Madam Chair, if I could, I think in general, most of the tribes in the state are rural in nature. And so they're challenged with basic services just because of their remoteness. It's a little bit different with Gila River and Salt River. They're, for the most part, close to populated areas. And so, but I do, getting back to Commissioner York's question about, is there, can you draw a distinction between the northern and the southern tribes? You probably can. And so, one could argue that, well, the southern tribes, if you include Tohono and Kokopah and Kushan, along with Ak-Chin and Gila, that might be a better setting. But I think I like version 4.0 because you improve the numbers, and that's what it boils down to. And so the more numbers that favor tribes, I think the better possibility that they have of selecting their candidate of choice. However, I think what the important distinction that I like to draw your attention to is that, yes, we're talking about numbers, but getting back to the sheer land size, I know a lot of tribes are pushing very, very hard to protect what they have and to improve what they have. And so having about a third of the state, I think, is very, very important. It recognizes the long-standing history that tribes have had with the state. And so, I think I raised it before, but the tribes actually were created in the 1800s, well before the state of Arizona, this great state of Arizona of 1912. And so, slowly, by what we're talking about here, we're recognizing the long history, of the Native Americans. I did also heard, some discussion about the early Hohokam here in this valley here, the Hohokam and the Anasazis. And so, I'm grateful that a lot of us respect that, and so, we live today what, our ancestors, tried to put on the table for us. And so many tribes are working hard to preserve their land and their culture. And so this also lends itself to the ability, to elect their candidate of choice. And so, I just want to bring some flavor to, what I think is important for the discussion here today. But for me, I'm still sold on 4.0, but, we can further discuss it.
I would ask to call for the vote on the motion.
Yeah, and I just want to make one other point, that when we talk about, electing a candidate of a community's choice, there is just a simple mathematical reality of percentages, and what reaches a threshold on a legislative level may not reach a threshold on a congressional level. And we can have deep respect and recognition for the history of our state. We're obligated to follow the 6 constitutional criteria, and that is the only guide that I can use as I'm making my analyses of the maps, those 6 specific criteria. With that, if there's no further discussion.
I guess the last point that I'll make, and then we can go for the vote, is I am looking at all the criteria here, and part of if we take all that, the rest, and talk about representation, which we heard a lot when we heard from people, I'm trying to find a way for us to balance the communities of interest, all of the different criteria, to be sure that people feel they have a voice. And part of what I looked at with 4.2 is that I feel that there is less balance in terms of the communities of interest and the populations that are there. When I look at and competitiveness is just one criteria. I'm only taking it as one criteria. But I look at it and say, of the 3 maps that we had, it is the least competitive of all of them. So my hope is, if we adopt 4.2, we take a close look at how we can improve upon that.
Absolutely, but Commissioner Lerner, can I ask you a question? Aside from the Native American community in 4.2, did you feel there were other significant communities of interest that were at risk of being marginalized?
Well, I think to some extent the Latino community, if we look at what would happen to the community over in Tolleson and Avondale, where they would be placed into District 9, I think that they would also be impacted by that. So it's not just one community. And there are other communities too that may also feel that way. When we take a closer look at where some of the other communities are, whether we look at some of our rural communities and the mining communities, are they going to get some of the voice as well?
Okay, so I hear concern about Native American and Latino. With that, absolutely, I think we can make a very serious commitment, regardless of which iteration we start from, to try to mitigate, the challenges. I think everybody has heard a deep commitment by this commission to honor the VRA and continue to solicit feedback from the Latino Coalition and honor what the needs are of that community of interest. If there's no other further questions, we'll take a vote. We are voting on the adoption of Congressional Map 4.2 as a starting point. Vice Chair Watchman.
No.
Commissioner Meal.
Yes.
Commissioner Lerner.
No.
Commissioner York. Yes. Commissioner Newberg is a yes. And with that, with a 3-2 vote, we will start from iteration 4.2. With the goal of working on mitigating challenges to the Native American population, an ongoing effort which has been part of our conversation from day one, to seek maximum representation for our Latino community, and in general to try to narrow the spreads, to try to, while respecting communities of interest, create as many competitive districts as possible for the sake of accountability and honoring. I see competitiveness as allowing for more error in the map because the more the spread is narrowed, the more accountability there is for elected leaders to be honoring all of their constituents.
Chair Newberg, just
Yes.
if I may, going off the conversation you just had, one of the things when we were drawing 4.2, taking into account the previous directions, we were looking at trying to keep the Gila River and Ak-Chin in the southern district where they were previously. Just as you were talking, those two tribes they are adjacent to District 2 in the map we just talked about, and could be connected into District 2. There'd be some rotation around there going on, but you could probably put those two tribes into 2, and then more of Casa Grande and the area around Casa Grande into 7, if that were just going off the conversation you just had. If that is a preference of the commission, we'd just rotate right in that area between 2 and 7.
If you looked at doing that, and I would not have any opposition to the reservations going into 2, but you could bring 6 up into Casa Grande and pick up Maricopa, and 7 could come more into the city of Tucson, would be an alternative way to balance that out. And I think a better way to balance that out.
And I'd like to take a closer look at the interface of 7 and 6 in Tucson and suggest that we take, if we get close in there, we just received a letter from the former mayor, and we've received others from current mayor and others in Tucson. I think that what we've done in District 7 now is and District 6 is we're dividing Tucson in kind of an interesting way. I would suggest taking the university, and I'll preface this kind of in an amusing way. I'm an ASU person, but I actually think if we move, my proposal here will actually be beneficial to the University of Arizona and to Tucson as a whole. I would like to suggest that we take the University of Arizona area, and I don't know the exact, I know it's off of Speedway, and I don't know all of the streets. I'm zoomed in on it here. And move that over to District 6. That's a community of interest right there. It's been attached here, I think, in a way to increase some numbers, but it doesn't actually increase the Hispanic voting age population in that area. I think that was done as a way to increase the competitiveness in District 7 to some extent. But this is something that I think would be beneficial to Tucson to actually have a more balanced district, two strong Tucson districts, which I think that they need in that area. And if you take that piece out, it gives a little bit more weight to Tucson. Right now, the way those two districts are divided, it pretty much takes a lot of the outskirts of Tucson, but not any of the interior, and basically gives the bulk of the city of Tucson into District 7. I think if we move that out into District 6, it really gives Tucson a better voice, and having 2 congressional representatives that can reflect Tucson's needs. So that's one area that I would like to have us take a look at as part of that. I'm not opposed to the other suggestion about how to adjust some of these other things that were just mentioned, but I would like to have us take a look at what we could do to give Tucson a little bit more representation by taking part of the core and adding it in.
As often is the case, our suggestions are oppositional, but I think this is another example of one where we should draw it both ways and take a look at it.
I guess I'm not sure, Commissioner Lerner, what problem are you trying to solve with bringing U of A into D6? It'll shift around the numbers such a tiny bit. I mean, what issue is here?
Well, what I see right now is that Tucson basically have, for the majority of Tucson, the core of Tucson, and the representative in the Tucson area is going to be very divided. They will have somebody for District 7, for right now, for the predominance of the core part. That person will be representing Yuma, they'll be representing the tribes, they'll be going up to the Gila River, down throughout that area, and then a piece of Tucson. What I'm looking at is that if we move that piece of the university, they actually could get two good representatives looking at the core of Tucson, looking at Tucson City. I don't see that now. I see what has happened with District 7 as taking a lot of the main of that section, sort of separating it out. So I see that as just being beneficial to Tucson, to giving them what I see as two good core representatives within part of the inner city area.
Ironically, I agree with everything Shireen said, except I disagree with her conclusions. I think having two strong representatives in Tucson is a very good thing. I think having the urban area of Tucson divided between two districts is a very good thing. Right now, if anything, to have a more even division of the urban area of Tucson, you'd want to move 7 to the east, not 7 to the west. So I agree with all the philosophy. I disagree with the conclusion.
Did you just say move 7 to the east? You didn't.
Yeah, I did. And that's what the suggestion I gave was if you move the tribes into 2, move 6 north into Casa Grande and Maricopa so that those don't go into 7, because those would not be good communities of interest with 7. And then by doing that, District 7 would need some more population, and you could get that by moving it slightly east in the city of Tucson, which I think gives a better division within the city of Tucson.
I guess, as we said, if we can see both options, I'd like to see what it looks like in terms of demographics. I also am curious how this is going to work from the coalition. From the coalition's perspective, in terms of our overall numbers by adopting 4.2 and seeing what modifications might be needed to get us to where the community of interest works effectively. I continue to have some concerns, and I'm not sure at this point how to accommodate them, about Avondale and Tolleson in District 9, and whether or not there's some things that we can be doing there. I don't have a suggestion at this point right now, but I feel that there are heavily Latino communities who are going to be, and so I guess I would like to see if there's something we can do, but they may lose some voice in District 9. So I do have a little bit of a concern about that, but I don't have a great solution. I don't see them adding to D3. I'm not sure if adding them to District 8 would work. I've got to mull that over a little bit more.
I'd like to remind all of us that our goal is by ideally Thursday, but it's certainly no later than next week, is to approve draft maps. And they're only going to be draft maps, and we want to do the best we can over this next couple of days. But we're then going to have huge opportunity for public input, and then we will have a month of redoing the final maps to really try to get into the detail and fine-tune some of these things. So, there is still ample opportunity beyond whatever we approve for a draft map to make changes. And with that, we'll be able to get a lot of input that'll be really specific and detailed input from the public, because so much so far has been more general and generic. But once they see real draft maps, we'll be able to get real fine-grained feedback from the public.
Could you again repeat the part about, just pulling up the map closer, moving, what we were talking about, potentially moving, I want to be sure I understood what was being said. Sackatone, Gila River, Ak-Chin into D2 is what you were saying, Doug? Is that what you were kind of?
Well, is that a benefit to the tribes, or would they stay better served in the Southern District?
I'm not sure if there was, that's what I want to clarify. I think I maybe misheard. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Doug said he could do it, but I mean, the question's probably more related to Commissioner Watchman's thoughts, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm not saying that that was the thing to do, but I don't. The question I would have separate from that then is trying to get Casa Grande whole somehow, no matter what, rather than, because right now isn't it split? So whatever we do, it's not a large community. It would be nice to put it into one district, whether it's D2 or D7.
Yeah, and my suggested changes would get it into D6, and also it would take Maricopa out of being in D7, which I don't think is a good fit community of interest wise, and put it into D6.
I would say that it actually, Maricopa should be in D7. It's very close to Maricopa County, and putting it in D6 really extends D6 way north, and I just don't see that as a connection. So I would not put Maricopa in D6 at all, because then we're really extending D6 way north, which is the same issue that you had with D7, right? Don't want to extend something so far south all the way to the north. I would say the same here with Maricopa. We've talked about the fact that Maricopa is connected to Maricopa County, that they have students that go to the Tempe Union High School District. Putting them in D6 really would not fit with that. So I think we want to keep Maricopa in either D7 or D2 if it extends over there, whichever one, but I think probably D7. They have strong relationships with the Phoenix area. They go to work in Phoenix. Their children go to school, many of them, in that area. So I don't think we want to be moving them into a southern district.
In respect for that suggestion, I would then ask for you to draw another map yet where you do put Casa Grande in D6, but you don't put Maricopa, so that we can at least just look at these alternatives. Without looking at them, I can't say positively what I really think is the best thing.
So one map with Casa Grande in D6. Can you clarify what you'd like, Commissioner Meal? I'm sorry.
So one map that would include Maricopa and Casa Grande in D6, move the tribes wherever, or maybe I really don't have a strong opinion there, and then into the city of Tucson, making up D7's population by moving east into the city of Tucson.
I think for the tribes, Madam Chair, with this version, considering, again, putting Ak-Chin and Gila into D2, I think would reflect what I heard from at least their governor of the Gila River, is that they want to remain a rural tribe. And so I think the issues that these two tribes south of the valley face are a lot different than what the Tohono faces, especially when it comes to border issues. I know that the Tohono tribe is always dealing, not always, but they spend a lot of time dealing with the border challenges, and they're very rural, but their challenges as a community of interest are slightly different than what I see the two tribes, Ak-Chin and Gila. So I think considering putting the two tribes in D2 would reflect what I believe those two tribes are suggesting.
Not to completely disagree with my fellow commissioner here, but I'm looking at how we would then move Maricopa, the town of Maricopa, and I think that needs to be kept in the district closest to the Phoenix metropolitan area. Whether it's that D2 extends up into that area, or whether it's that D7 stays there and the Ak-Chin and Gila River Indian communities stay with the Southern Arizona tribes, other than the ones north of Tempe and Mesa area. So I'm not sure, Doug, in terms of giving you direction, but my feeling is that we want to keep Maricopa, the town of Maricopa, close to Phoenix, because they have close relationships there. Many people live in Maricopa and work. They travel every day to the Phoenix area. So somehow we want to keep those connected, and that would mean keeping them, either putting them all in District 2 or all in District 7. And maybe we can take a look at both, because we can't separate out Gila River Indian Community in Ak-Chin from the town of Maricopa. They're all linked. And right now we have them in District 7, which is a southern Arizona district. And it might be that what I had been suggesting was putting Casa Grande, the community of Casa Grande, either in D2 or D7 as a whole, but keeping them whole. And then Maricopa, the town of Maricopa, keeping them whole, and they can go into either D7 or D2. I was thinking D7, but to keep them connected. So I know my fellow commissioner here said to put them in D2. I'm not sure. It's a lot of work to try it both ways, but I had been thinking they were going to stay in D7. Either way, my bottom line is that I feel that the town of Maricopa needs to stay connected somehow to the north, not to the south.
And I concur with Commissioner Lerner's reasoning on this.
So just to confirm, so if it stayed with the tribes and went with the tribes to D2, that would meet it, or if it stayed in D7, that would meet it, as long as it's staying with the district that's right next to urban Maricopa. Okay.
Correct. That's really my main point here, is just to keep it, to not place it into D6, because I think that is just too far south, and there's really no connection in terms of community of interest as part of that. I think D6 extends pretty far north, and probably doesn't need to when we kind of take a look at the overall picture of where D6 is. I'm not sure that piece that goes along I-10, I don't think is highly populated. And in terms of looking at it, picks up, it looks like Picacho and Red Rock, which are small communities and probably could go either way into D7 or D6 as part of that. But in many ways, we could probably almost cut it, if we wanted to make D6 fewer counties, because it has 6 right now, we could potentially have make a change there as well in terms of Pinal, where it goes into Pinal County. I do see a relationship for Oracle, Catalina, but I think we've kind of taken care of that piece in this one, what we talked about yesterday.
Just finishing up Commissioner Lerner's line of reasoning, for my sake, I think it makes sense to put Maricopa in D7. When we're done with this area, I'd like to eventually, I don't want to rush my colleagues, I'd like to move to 4 and 5, but not prematurely.
Just one question, given the area we're looking at here, that has come up as we were mapping is the bump of Saddlebrook, where the Pima district comes up into Pinal and the Saddlebrook, is kind of historic and traditional. There has been mention of Saddlebrook Ranch, which is a newer area. It's the top part. We haven't been moving that in because it hasn't been the traditional part, but I just want to get Commission's impression on should Saddlebrook Ranch also.
I just hadn't noticed that. It should get moved in. It's definitely more, it's a strong community of interest with Oro Valley. Yeah, so that would be good to move in.
Yeah, it wasn't something we consciously chose to move one way or another. It just, as we were working, we noticed, oh, we haven't gotten that. So.
Are we ready to move to 4, 5? Or you want to keep working from this area?
Oh, no, I think we're ready to move to another area of the state.
Okay, I'd like to take a look at 4 and 5. I'm pleased with the general groupings and general respect for communities of interest. I do think, though, that there are ways that we can make both districts a little bit more competitive by shifting up a few lines. And this is where I'm going to ask your help. Maybe it's moving a little east, D4. But, if you look at the spreads, one is, very tilted in one direction, another is very tilted in the other. And if there's those communities, there's a lot of blending.
Chair Newberger, would you be talking about going as far as really rotating them so that instead of being a vertical split, it'd be a horizontal split between the two? Or does that get too far? Does that take them too far east and west?
No, not just slightly east. But again, I don't know what you're taking away from 5. Oh. I'm looking up north. But not quite so far east.
Okay.
Where's Power Road? If you could highlight Power Road for me, please.
It's basically the eastern edge here of town of Gilbert.
Right. I certainly would not want it to go any further east than Power Road, but that area that's just exactly that populated area in that area, if there's a way to, if it makes sense for those communities, if they have enough in common, I think that would help moderate, the extremeness of those districts.
Falcon Field corridor there.
To be honest, I can't recommend the specific streets because I just don't know the data well enough, but, I'm open to suggestions. And if it can't happen, it can't happen. It's a priority of mine to try to, narrow these gaps here.
Yeah, we can certainly take a look at the competitive data and kind of move over. Essentially, we can move over as far as to Power Road. Is that right?
Yep.
Move to Power Road in the north, and then 5 would go into 4, kind of on the southern side or somewhere, and we can see what impact it makes. Certainly.
I have another minor adjustment on my requested map, and that's up in the north part of Marana. There's almost no population, but it's going to matter as a future growth corridor. So if you look at Pinal Air Park and Red Rock, if you could get all of that into District 6, like I say, it's very few people, but it is a future growth corridor, and when it grows, it will make much more community of interest sense with the Marana-Oro Valley area.
I think it's in there already. Marana's already in District 6.
No, it's north of Marana. It's actually part of Pinal County. It's the southern edge of Pinal County on the west of the I-10. It's like a triangle or maybe a semicircle to just capture that in there. I would say it's mostly vacant. There's a little bit of housing in Red Rock, and that's about it. But that will be a future growth area that will be part of Marana and actually will end up being incorporated in Marana.
So where right now it's following the freeway, essentially bringing it across the freeway down to the county line.
And I had been actually thinking that we should, in that particular area, that, I do think we should look at how District 6 is split into so many counties, because I don't think that honors many of them. So that's the piece of Pinal that goes into District 6 right there. So I just think it's something that we should consider, and because, to be quite honest, I hadn't taken as close a look to 4.2 as I probably should have, because I was so focused on 4.0 and 4.1. I'm going to have to take a closer look to see how we might make some adjustments. And I'm thinking in terms of representation in that case, when you have such diverse groups in all of that and the split, especially when we heard from folks who have requested that. So that piece, I understand, Commissioner Meal, how you're wanting to condense or consolidate in that area, but I'd like us to at some point take a look at that. I don't have a specific suggestion right now. I have to think through.
I just think we have to be careful. County lines in a more condensed, populated area isn't as logical as it is in more of the rural areas when we have so many clear communities of interest that transcend the county lines.
To follow in your discussion, Chairwoman, about making things a little bit more competitive, we do have, in this particular iteration, 4.2, we have a few districts that are really not at all competitive. And I don't know if there's a way to even bring that swing into our range, our widest range, which I would love to do for all of them if possible. But I look at District 9, and that's where my concern comes in for some of the West Valley communities who are not going to feel connected to that district when you look at that district, and how they're not going to be connected in that way. And it's also very non-competitive, as is District 5. Those are probably our two least competitive districts. I know you're working on District 5 right now.
Yeah. My concern about District 9 is the geography and the people live in our state based on separate interests. And to make too much of an effort to moderate that district may never be enough. And what you'd be doing is lumping people that would then be permanently unhappy. So to make it more moderate, you're going to just add more people, but it's never, I don't want to say never, to get that district competitive, you'd have to blow up the state, the whole map. So I think we have to be really cautious about how many different communities we want in there. It's something to really think about. Sometimes moderating doesn't lead to a more moderate map with the other 8 districts, I guess is my point.
I concur. I understand what you're saying.
But I do think 4 and 5 can be worked around. I think there's enough, and I haven't given it, I can look more on the street level. I'm familiar with these areas, but I think we could do more there.
If I may, Chair Newberg and Commissioner Lerner, on looking at that 9-8 area, one thought that may be related on this front that we may be able to do a little work if there's commission interest in this is, we talked about District 3 was drawn by the commission and that Avondale and kind of the older parts of Avondale and Tolleson are not in there. Of course, hopefully the coalition will add to this, but my presumption is that the coalition did not put those areas in there because they assumed they would be in the other Latino seat. If the commission wishes, we could look at putting those areas into District 3. And not the high growth areas, but the kind of traditional parts of Avondale and Tolleson. And then that would take out of District 3 something else, either on the north side. It could be done on the north side, which would put those areas into 8, and 8 is not that far from competitive. So that may be a rotation that might assist with competitiveness in that part of the region.
You have that finger of El Mirage up in District 9. You could drop that into 8. That would probably help.
Mm-hmm. I think your idea is you could actually take some of that and put it into 3 as you're suggesting. I think that's an option. And you could actually take some of 3 and put it into 1 as well. We've heard from folks, some of that area over in the Northern Avenue, North Glendale area. There's the freeway. That's right there, I-17. You could take that slice. That's right there on the north part.
Well, that's been that La Habra historic area for.
Right, but I'm just thinking it could go into D1 potentially if we're doing that exchange that you're talking about. I was just thinking we could move that over to D1, that slice, as you're adding in those older communities that we've talked about into D3 and see what might happen. And actually, you could take it all the way down, you know how it goes that, I don't know how to describe it, where it goes down and then to the right, that little box that's right there.
Which district are you talking about?
I'm on District
She's
1,
talking about this.
that red district. Yeah, right in that area. You could take pretty much that L shape. If you moved those others in to District 3 as a way to remove population, you potentially could move that population into District 1 is what I guess I'm getting at, that little piece, and see what would happen.
Sure.
But that might help those folks that were in District 7 that are now not going to be there, or potentially not going to be there, by moving them into District
Then
3, as you
you
suggest.
give up the folks that have been in district, what we're calling D3 forever. That's been their congressional representative along the freeway there forever. That seat's was
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to think of that community that has also been represented. So, I mean, it's worth taking a look at. I'm not saying it. That's all we're doing right now is making some suggestions. It may be that doesn't work, but I think that's a good idea to see if we can do a little bit of moving around there to accommodate those folks.
if you just push District 8 south to Glendale from Northern and then picked up Avondale and Tullison, what would that do with the population?
There was, actually, I was just as I was looking at Commissioner Lerner's request on the map, that occurred to me that, yes, there's the kind of Ocotillo part of Glendale, which is historically very Latino, but D3 actually, it picks that area up, but it also moves farther west into kind of the high growth parts of Glendale, which again, I'm kind of guessing at what they were thinking as they drew it, and certainly welcome clarification from the coalition, but my assumption is they were just bringing D3 over to match the border of their D7.
Yeah.
So now that their D7 is not there, it may make sense to pull that back to just get the historically downtown Latino Glendale in there, and some of those areas could come out.
Yeah, and basically, I think what would happen is you'd be moving it D3. You'd be taking a little bit, moving it west, really to I-17, with what you're talking about by adding those areas in, right? Then you'd be taking that eastern portion, putting it into D1 as you shifted D3 over. Is that what you were thinking as well?
No, I was talking about moving D8 down.
Oh, and I'm thinking of D1 because I think that when you look at I-17, it's actually a nice piece right there. But we could have it look both ways if you want.
That La Habra neighborhood is what, 19th Avenue to 32nd Avenue, northern to basically downtown, I think. All right, Doug?
Pardon me?
That La Habra neighborhood is 19th Avenue to northern to 32nd, roughly down to about, I think it's down to McDowell. Isn't that correct?
Actually, I'm not familiar with precisely where it is. Ivy knows the area better than me and is nodding yes. So yes, I believe so. We can certainly.
To me, just looking at the neighborhoods, I think it's a very logical place rather than splitting it at, let me just check, 15th Avenue.
It's on, yeah, the line's on 19th Avenue.
Yeah.
19th, thanks, my eyes. Moving it over to the freeway. But, why don't you take a look at these options, and see what it would look like to add those communities into D3, and then we could look at what it would look like to put them, to shift it over to the west and incorporate those into D1. And then Commissioner York has the other idea of moving them north. But I actually think their communities may fit nicer to the east.
And I'm wondering if this may be a decent breaking point. If there's a few, summation questions that mapping team has in order for you to get, a clearer sense of all these things we're throwing at you. Please. Okay, I do think some need a break. Are you?
That's fine.
You wanted to bring it up now? Okay, go for it.
That might be the last thing on congressional.
I got just one more comment. As in respect to Commissioner Newberg's question about D5, D4, the logical moving north on D5, if you're going to take out of some of D4 from the north, I think up to Ray Road and over, that matches along the 202 corridor as it loops down in Chandler there.
Sorry, can you
So
say it one more
the
time?
Commissioner Newberg asked if you could make D5, D4, we could figure out how to make it more competitive. And so she recommended north of 60 along the Power Road corridor to take a look at that. So you've got to get population out of D4 someplace. So I'm suggesting if you take the 101 south at Ray Road and move the lower border, which is along the 202 up to the Ray Road corridor, which kind of matches the 202 to the east, that might be some population trade-off. If you look at the tech sector, it basically runs along Price Road down from Ray south down into South Chandler.
I do not know those streets. Sorry.
No, I understand, but I'm giving you specific instructions, so hopefully Brian or one of these people from Virginia that we like so much are taking notes. And
Mark's actually local.
yeah, I understand, but I'm just
looking at Mark
saying
to see if
I
he
want the
understands.
public to know why I'm having that rush. All right.
Yeah, no, Mark will be able, if there's a whole Intel section, there's a whole, high-tech area that actually logically really makes a lot of sense.
So we could look at both options. I think it's interesting
Well, I think they got
just
to
to
come
do it
out
both
of,
ways.
you got to kind of jiggy jog the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think both options sound interesting. I just, I'm not opposed to any of it. I like the idea of looking at that north-south and also the east-west option.
Okay, so I believe there's one other issue that a commissioner would like to bring up, and then we'll take a break.
Okay, so I'm going to go back in time a little bit to what we started with originally, one of the maps that had been proposed. But I want to take this option, and now that we've seen sort of where we are right now with where things have been going, in looking at D2, District 2, and District 9, I would like to, and looking at where things have been over the past 10 to 20 years in Arizona, in the past, a lot of Yavapai County, but in particular Prescott, has been aligned with District 9. They've been with the Colorado River Indian community. Commissioner Meal's original map had sort of just taken that whole part. I'm not actually interested in looking at the whole thing, but I would like to see what would happen. And I guess I'm thinking in terms of communities of interest and where people are aligned in terms of their views, where they settle. That's part of what we talk about. This would not, it would change District 2 to potentially being more competitive, but it would still keep it as a Republican-leaning district, I think. I'm almost positive as part of it. That's not really my intent to kind of, I know it won't flip, but it would probably become a little more competitive. But more so, it would actually align Prescott with communities that they have been with and have created strong communities of interest for the past many years. So what I would like to ask is for you to run a test map that would take Prescott and if needed, all of Yavapai County, but at least Prescott, and the Quad Cities, and put them with Mojave and La Paz counties and see what would happen. I think it might help that we won't have as much of District 9 going into West Phoenix, which is something we've heard from West Phoenix, that they would like to be associated with Phoenix more so. So it might actually help that. Prescott itself is aligned a little bit more philosophically with those communities, as they have been aligned for many years. We've heard about Mingus Mountain, so it could be a break at Mingus Mountain. If that doesn't work, population-wise, and you need to do all of Yavapai, we could, but I know Mingus Mountain has been talked about quite a bit. And I think they are more aligned on the west than they are with those in the east as part of that. So I think that putting them in that area would be an interesting. So it's a variation on Commissioner Meal's original proposal. And so I would be appreciative if we could just see what would happen population-wise and in terms of the alignment if we tried to do that.
And where are you suggesting to pick up the population for D2?
Well, I actually would, I would add Graham and Greenlee, which is what I've always thought should be in that area, because I feel that they have communities of interest that are connected. I realize this would be a big impact on the map as we have it. My feeling is it doesn't have to be precise at this point to see if it would even work in any way. But I do feel that the Prescott community is more aligned to the west. I didn't feel that the entire north was aligned together, but I do feel that a portion of it is aligned. So I actually think if we added Graham and Greenlee into that, they are also mining interests. They have forest interests. They are connected to the other communities to the north. They do a lot of travel up and down in that area. They're more aligned together than they are to the border communities, Graham and Greenlee. So if we picked up those communities and attached them to the other communities that go into that area, to Eager, Pine Top, they fit with, putting Safford up there, all of those into the mining communities. So that would be my suggestion. So it would be a variation on what Commissioner Meal, but not completely.
The only challenge is that Graham and Greenlee have less than half of the population that we're talking about moving. So we could move those, and then D6 would have to get the 50-some thousand that would involve. It would probably push D6 up. It may push D6 really to Maricopa or into Santan. The bigger issue is that D2 would then still be short about 50 or 100,000 people. They would, looking at the map, would really have to come from Apache Junction, Santan Valley. So we could rotate that, but we just want to be clear, you'd be taking out Yavapai and putting in Graham and Greenlee, but then probably putting in either Santan Valley or a good chunk of Apache Junction and Gold Canyon.
So part of it is, and I know that there'd be challenges. I'm very aware, but what we're doing now is we're taking rural areas either on the east or west and attaching them to urban areas. We know that we have to do that because population needs. Right now, we're doing that with District 9. We're taking District 9 and adding it into the urban area on the west. So just to look at this and see how this would do in terms of alignment, we would be doing that on the east, which has happened before, right? They've been aligned with that community. Apache Junction currently is with that same district and has that same area. So they've already had that as part of their alignment for the past 10 years.
I'm open to looking into this. What I want to be careful is that we're not circling back to the very beginning of our deliberation process where we're then, because eventually if to get the population is encroaching more into the Maricopa area for D2, then we're right back at the same deliberative, conversation we had a couple days ago. So I'm open to looking at it, but I think that there are going to be some challenges.
Okay.
I can't help but say that, number one, a clarification, you referred to maps as my map, and believe me, Believe me, I've never done a map and have no clue how
I
to
didn't
go
mean it
about
that-
it.
I honestly- I meant your
It was a map,
suggested
it was a map I supported,
That's
but
all.
I had
That's
nothing
all.
to do with generating.
Yeah, no, that's all I meant. I did not mean it.
Yeah, I'm not capable. Um, But ironically, if you wanted to go this direction, it would have been way better to start with that original map. And so I'm willing to, I have no objection to you asking for this. I feel sorry for you over there having to draw it. But I don't think it's going to be productive, but you're, yeah.
And I understand that. You know, it's one of those things where you keep staring at maps long enough, and part of the process that we're going through with having to make changes by doing this on a daily basis is sometimes you don't have enough time to process all of that. So I do understand what you're saying. And probably if I'd had enough time to process that, I might have been able to say, why don't we just try this one piece from that?
If I may, Commissioner Larry, if you're comfortable with it, we're happy to draw it. We can do the D9 to 6 rotation. 90% of the work is then going to be trying to balancing it through Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, all that. So perhaps we know where we would balance it, but maybe we'll draw the test and not do that balancing if that's okay with you.
That would be fine.
Okay.
I just want to kind of see, it may be completely off, it may be that
Sure.
something works. That's fine. Thank you.
Or, and this is like totally blowing it all up, what if, and Commissioner Lerner, this is, you know, your desire, so it has to be what you're comfortable with, starting with the map that Commissioner Meal had proposed, which was that, because that's in essence what you're getting at, instead of thinking about it from east-west, think about it from the north and then make an adjustment. If you started from that iteration where the top half was in essence one district and then adjusted for that, could you approach at all what Commissioner Lerner's wanting? I don't know.
Part of my thinking is that the Graham Greenlee piece, actually, I think this will fit in with the earlier requests that Commissioner Meal made of changes to Red Rock and all that. So it may work to not be all that much work to do this test off of what we're already doing earlier. Versus if we go back and move Mojave again, we're in a whole new map.
Honestly, however you think you can do this, if it's going back to that, if it's whatever works. My thing is, and again, this is part of the processing that I go through, is thinking about that alignment of communities of interest. And that's why I was not thinking across the board, because I look and I don't believe, for example, which was part of the issue I had in the first place, that northwest corner having the same connection to the northeast. But I do see the Prescott area as having those connections. So whatever you think, Doug, can work, whatever's the easiest way for you to kind of just see how that might fit, I would appreciate.
And as a reminder, just the reason why I ended up not voting for this iteration of the map just had to do with the extremeness of District 2 as it is in this particular map and the Native American population. Our District 2 now, it has a much narrower spread than this District 2 had.
And I agree with that. That's why I was only thinking of Prescott going into that one area and the Yavapai County, not the rest of it. So that was really what, and I didn't visualize it before until.
Is CD 3.1 balanced?
And I'm not saying I'm tied to it, I'm just curious on how that might fit.
3.1 is not balanced. There's entire Pinal County is unassigned.
Yeah, this would just pull out that one piece. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, thank you.
I would suggest a break.
I'd like some guidance from mapping about, so how would you like to proceed now? Do you want to go back and work on this as a team and have us have a substantial break? Do you want to have just a little break and us come and begin the deliberation process on legislative maps? What would be efficient for you?
I think the preferred method for us is that we have a lot of feedback from you guys and a lot of different versions of maps that you would like to see. It'd be better for us to take a medium-sized break. That way we can give the direction to the team and get them off and running and working. And then once they're working, then we can come back. So we're thinking maybe like a 45-minute break, if that's possible.
Wonderful. 45-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:15. Thank you, everybody. I see nods from legal. Mapping, you guys all ready to reconvene?
Mapping is good. Can somebody make Brian the presenter for WebEx?
We can resume back to public session as soon as we're live. Oh, we are live on WebEx? We're good to go. Okay, while mapping team pulls up the map, we are in the midst of deliberation on agenda item number 7, deliberations on our legislative and congressional map drawing. We just took a break in which our mapping team went back and integrated our substantial feedback on the congressional maps. And at this point, I'm going to suggest that the mapping team turn it over to the legislative map that you have. I believe we have a couple of options.
Correct. We have 2 options for the legislative map. Yesterday, you approved legislative 3.2, and so we use that as the base to build off 4.0. And then 4.1 will build off of 4.0, so it's a continuation of making a couple changes. Brian, you want to pull up 4.0? So the major purpose of 4.0 is to include the 8 majority-minority districts that were sent to us from the Arizona Latino Coalition. And then the other 2 major points that were made is to unite the Kyrene School District in the Maricopa County area, and then also unite the cities of Marana and Oro Valley in the greater Tucson area. I'll bring that up. Zoom out to the state. So here at the statewide level, you can see we incorporated all of the 8 Latino coalitions districts that they sent over to us. If you zoom into the Kyrene School District area, D12. The green district there, D12, that's in the Ahwatukee foothills that bleeds over into Tempe and possibly some of Chandler, and then down into the Gila River Indian Reservation. That is the border of the Kyrene School District, so that is united and whole under one district. If you go down to Marana and Oro Valley, down the 10, no, down the 10 freeway. Scroll down. Yep. Follow 10. Keep going. Way far. It's a purple D17. So you can see now in D17, it unites the Oro Valley and the city of Marana with also Casas Adobes. And you can see that it also comes out crossing the Pima line, incorporating Saddlebrook. But as you pointed out in the congressional map, Saddleback Ranch is not included in that. The map is balanced. The map has all the population assigned. There is nothing in that request that we could not fulfill. And that was the main goal of 4.0. 4.1 builds upon 4.0. So now taking all the changes that you saw in 4.0, 4.1 basically takes Tombstone and a portion of Cochise County and unite them into District 19. zoom out a little more. So you can see now here in the southeast corner of the state, District 19 now incorporates Tombstone. Looks like it incorporates all of Cochise County into that district. That is balanced. That is, all the population is assigned. There was nothing that we could not do with that request, so everything was fulfilled in there. Those are the two major changes in this map. Doug, do you have any more dialogue? No? We can pull up the demographics and competitive data if you'd like, but with that, I will turn it back to you.
I open it up to reflections from my colleagues about if they have a preference of a starting point, maybe make mention to what you like about the different versions. And again, as a reminder, as always, please, reference your comments as it relates to the 6 constitutional criteria.
I will say that I think both maps are very similar in many ways, but I prefer 4.0. And the reason I like 4.0, a couple of different reasons. And I know 4.0 has that piece that goes across, so I know that that's an oddly shaped part. But that is there just really to grab the Latino border town of Douglas and not go in a district with Nogales because they share so much in common. That's a good community of interest. I like this map 4.0 also because of the fact that it does unite the Kyrene School District, which we have heard about. I also like the fact that it unites Marana and Oro Valley, which I know was something that Commissioner Meal was interested in seeing that occur. And so it kind of works through some of the things that we had talked about. The District 21 is an odd shape, but it sort of brings some border towns together, which I think is important because of their common interests and issues that they have. I think in general, I'm saying, the districts are compact and tend to respect communities of interest, recognizing this district has an odd shape to it, but has an odd shape to it for a very specific reason. So I guess those are the main points for my comments on 4.0, just in terms of what I like about it.
Is it correct that this is the only difference? 4041 is the southern, and then you had to balance it, but basically that's the only difference?
Exactly. There's some balancing kind of along the corridor between Tucson and Santa Cruz, and then a little bit of balancing in Tucson, but that is the only difference between the two.
Frankly, I'd be much happier going back to 3.5 or wherever, 3.2, whatever that was before. I think there's some problems with all this, but I think we have problems no matter where we're starting from right now. I think we're farther advanced in the congressional maps than we are the legislative. But if we're going to go with either 4.0 or 4.1, I'm going to argue not to include that southern Cochise County in this district. So therefore, it would make more sense to start with 4.1. We've heard loudly from people down there that they want to be part of Cochise County. We haven't heard anybody suggest that to break up Cochise County like this. So I think it's not the right thing to do, and everything else is the same. And I've got a lot of other problems, but I have problems no matter what we do.
Yeah, we can live with 4.1 as well. Because they are so similar.
Yeah.
And we recognize that looks real odd. I wanted to be sure to explain what my understanding was about why it's there. But I think we should move forward with these new maps and then work from there.
Does Commissioner York like to propose a motion we approve legislative map 4.1?
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
Any further discussion? With that, we're going to put a vote forth to move forward with iteration 4.1 on the legislative map, from which we will do further deliberations. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we adopt 4.1 as a starting point to begin deliberations. And as we begin deliberations, I know that we have many specific issues in each and every district to cover. I'd like to make a broader comment that looking at particularly the swinginess of the districts, very few districts ever swing. So the legislative map as it is right now is a very locked in group. That's something I'd like to collectively tackle to try to maximize all the communities of interest, but try to inject a little bit of a closer spread in these districts. And so as we are navigating all 6 criteria, I do think we need to consider competitiveness. And again, in all my conversations across the state, and it cuts across, I'd say, all communities of interest, all parties, there isn't well, there's preferences. It's not an issue of right, left, whatever. There's a sense of having enough, competitiveness that it rewards dialogue and debate such that communities of interest have a chance to bring their thoughts to a deliberative process. So that's where my mind is headed with, again, maximizing the voices of communities of interest, even if they're not in the majority, to be given consideration to advance their interests. And so because of that, I think we need to do a little better on this spread as we're focused on communities of interest.
So to add to Commissioner Newberg's comments, I would sure like to see where the current 7 Latino majority communities are, LDs currently, because this has 8, and I don't understand the change.
So the challenge is that given this process, we don't have the current districts built up as demographic spreadsheets and plans and all of that. So we can check on that, and probably easier to come back after lunch and show that to you, if that makes sense. I'd hate to speculate and get it wrong.
I think the big difference in why they did, and it'd be interesting to see what you do. We know the population has grown. We know that they couldn't come up with a 3rd CD, but they could, because of the population of the size of the legislative districts, they could come up with the 8th. And I think that's part of the discussion that they've given is we know that the population, the Latino population has grown as a piece of that. But I'm not completely sure. We probably should go back and look at the Latino Coalition's letter and see what they wrote with regard to that.
And I'm not sure we're ready to go into specific numbers. I'm not sure we have all the full data about specific numbers of districts. But if we just continue to focus on the communities of interest and the demographics, I think we're all going to get in the right direction.
Yeah, looking at my notes from a past meeting, there are 2 essentially effective Latino seats in Tucson. Then we have the kind of Yuma, Tohono O'odham seat, and then 4 seats in Phoenix. I think this map now has 5 in Phoenix. Phoenix and the West Valley in that whole area. So I think that's where we're picking up. But like I said, we could confirm exactly where those current ones are and get back to you after lunch.
I would like to, I like the concept of trying to create some more competitive. So I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners on how we have the 2 areas for approaching that, right, on what is competitive. We know we have a number of districts that will never reach that point, but we have some that are within range. And I guess, Chair Newberg, can you maybe speak to that a little bit more about how do you think, I'm all for approaching that as a concept. How do you think we might go about thinking about that?
I actually defer to mapping on this, but I want to be clear. I'm not in favor of maximizing the number of competitive districts at the expense of other communities of interest. I'm actually interested in an overall sum of competitiveness, minimizing the ranges all across the board, whether or not it arbitrarily meets our 4 to 7% spread. My concern is if we limit ourselves to say we need to come up with X number of competitive districts as defined by us, which is arbitrary, that we're causing ripple effects that screws up the other, constitutional criteria, and I'm not sure we know better than that. But I do know that to the extent that we could narrow the ranges all across the board with all 30, I think that's a good goal. So I don't want the goal of specific competitive districts to come, at the expense of moderating or bringing together the rest of the state. Am I making myself clear here? Okay, thank you.
So for just an example, looking at the numbers from the spreadsheet and the current map. So if we look, make sure I get this right. So currently, you can see on the spreadsheet, it's a little hard, on 16 and 17, 17 is almost perfectly competitive. Its vote spread is 0.9%. Its swing is 6 Dem wins and 3 Republican wins. And 16 is that Southern Pinal County district. So it's Gila River, Casa Grande, over to Superior and Mammoth. I think I'm getting that right. Over to Mammoth and San Manuel, sorry. Not Superior. So it's that southern, roughly this southern 2/3. There we go. Thank you. District 16. So that is a highly competitive seat. 6. So that, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at 17. That 16 is very close. It's a 7.7% spread, even though it doesn't swing. And the numbers I gave you are for 17 below it. The Marana, Oro Valley, Casas Adobes district. So those two are, to Chair Newberg, to your point, 16 isn't in our defined range, but it's really close to it. And then 17 is almost perfectly competitive by our numbers. So if we want to look at competitive places where competitiveness might be changed, well, we don't want to blow up those. So if we're looking down in Tucson, we're really looking at 18 and 19. 20 and 21 are both effective voting rights seats. So we don't want to mess up that voting rights compliance. So 18 and 19 would be a place we could look. But we're really only looking between the two of them because otherwise we mess up. You don't want to create one competitive district by blowing up another competitive district. So that's a kind of places where you could look and the commission can tell us, is there changes there that would improve competitiveness and not blow up the communities of interest or not. And then you can similarly look in Phoenix and other areas for where are there, somewhat as you did with the congressional map, where is there a 9-0 Dem seat versus next to a 9-0 Republican seat that we might rotate in some way.
Since you have sort of walked us through a little bit, 16, 17, and 18, I may as well jump in. And I think the goal is both to improve communities of interest and to improve competitiveness. And so let me give a try on something. I'd like you to at least give a pass at drawing and see what it does. And I'm not positive what it does. But on 17, it needs to go up a little bit into Pinal County to keep communities of interest and capture the Saddlebrook Ranch and Red Rock. And it's already a little overpopulated. So that'll add a little population, but not much. And actually, if a chunk of 17 could come down into 18, and I'll describe it in more detail, some of 18 and 17 swing around more, and then loot and take up some of 19, I think we can reduce the spread in 18, reduce the spread in 19, keep 17 almost identically competitive. Is sort of the goal, but to make communities of interest match up better, so that the Casas Adobes area, so Ina Road, really split the foothills instead of splitting at the river. So you take Ina Road and Sunrise Drive as the split, all the way out to maybe Kolb Road. So Ina, Sunrise, Kolb, and everything south of that get into 18. 18 will still be a strong D, but it should be, right now it's a 20-point spread. That should, I think, reduce the spread, but I'm not sure. I think 17 then can swing east and take up some of that Houghton Road corridor, which is what the Southern Arizona leadership was arguing for more. So that eastern side, the Tanque Verde Valley could swing up and be part of 17, which will take a swath out of 19. And I'm just curious to see how that would all work out. That would be a work in progress, I'm sure. But.
And I'm interested to see what happens as well. I can say 17 is probably as competitive as it gets without making any changes to it at all.
But I don't think you can impact the others without changing it.
Right. I do understand that.
Yeah, and I think it'll still be really.
That.
Yeah, I think it'll still be really competitive. But we can look and see.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting if we could do some things that would connect communities between 18 and 19, and I'm curious. Because those two, if we took Tanque Verde, to say it correctly.
Yes.
Thank you. If we kind of looked at between 18 and 19 and kind of moved some things around, I think that those are connected communities. As part of that, Tanque Verde goes through both 18 and 19 Tanque Verde Road as a main thoroughfare that connects those. And I sort of think that if we move some things around there, that might actually accomplish some of what you're talking about. I'm not sure if we needed to adjust 17 with the way it is right now, but we could certainly look at that.
Well, 17 needs to go up north a little bit.
Yes,
although it's not a lot of population.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
If 17 goes north and picks up Saddlebrook Ranch and the little piece of Oracle we're missing in Red Rock, as you said, I doubt that would impact the competitiveness of 17. It may move it slightly, and actually it may, taking those areas out of 16 may help 16. So, and I think we're talking about like we would stay within population deviation. I don't think we need to balance that out even.
So essentially, are you talking about moving, just if we were to visualize, kind of drawing a horizontal line in, just to get that in my head where you're talking about in 16, sort of, are you talking about adding Oracle in there?
Yeah, Oracle, Red Rock, and the Saddlebrook Ranch area.
And San Manuel and Mammoth?
No.
See, that would be, I think that gets really complicated when we only take one and not the other, because they're very close to each other.
We've done that on every map, so actually.
Well,
San Manuel and Mammoth are much more aligned with the mining and copper.
Absolutely.
Whereas Saddlebrook Ranch and Oracle, I don't care about which way Oracle goes. Saddlebrook Ranch and Red Rock are suburban communities of the Oro Valley.
So more Saddlebrook. I could see Saddlebrook Ranch and.
Yeah, I don't care one way or another on Oracle.
Okay. Don't say that out loud.
I think it fits appropriate. The reason I don't care, I think it fits appropriately either way. So.
Yeah.
Yes, no,
exactly.
We welcome that, definitely.
But I think getting that southern foothills area into 18 and swinging 17 around more, I think would be a better community of interest. And I'm curious to see how it'll then impact 19 and 18 and, and make them at least, they're not going to change their nature, but going from 20 to 15 or 12 spreads would be interesting. So.
Okay.
So I might suggest, unless you have other comments in the Tucson area, the greater Phoenix area probably is for after lunch. But if there were other feedback you had on the more rural areas, I'm happy to take that now. If you think you could do that before we should break for lunch.
Is there a particular region, Doug, that you're wanting to look at?
No, I don't have anything that we come back and say, this didn't work. We need to get direction on how to fix it. I think this is more your impressions and what direction you want to give us, if any, at this point. One piece I would highlight, just to go a little more description of what changes made. If you notice over on the river, on the Colorado River side, previously we had District 30 coming essentially the whole river and then down to 23. And 30 and 23 met there in Yuma. With the changes in the coalition maps configuration of 23 down in Yuma, there were now too many people in Yuma for 30 to pick it up and still be population balanced. So that's why now District 2 comes down and gets the north part of Yuma. I haven't compared them, but I think that's much like the current district. And we did get a lot of comments about Yuma being happy with that. So it's a little weird to have 3 Colorado River districts, but it's purely because with 23 being drawn the way the coalition had proposed it, there are now too many other people in Yuma to pick up for 30 to get them all. So instead, 2 comes down and picks them up. So I just wanted to add that as explanation, not as anything you need give us direction on.
It's also a little odd to have that little piece of D2 coming in to West Phoenix at White Tank Mountain Regional Park, over on Olive. It's kind of what we were trying to avoid before.
Right. I would agree with Commissioner Lerner. I would drop 27 and 29 down and take in that.
Well, just
for compactness. I understand population in there and all that stuff.
Just so you're aware, overwhelmingly the majority of District 2 population is in the West Valley.
Yeah.
So
it's just we just worked to avoid that on the congressional, right, having a slice, and I feel like this slice here.
Oh, you mean just how the neck of D2 goes into the
Yes.
west? Oh, yeah.
Yes, so I think what Commissioner York is talking about of trying to condense those, but I'm not sure how we make those adjustments, but.
Well, I think 25 was the boundaries that were suggested by the Latino community.
Right. Yep.
So I would drop 27 and 29 down to match that.
Yeah, what you see a lot of in the Phoenix West Valley area is just the unaligned maps of the coalition map versus our old map and things like that. So yes, none of those odd extensions are by design. Certainly, we can clean all those up.
So I think yeah, you could take 20. You're talking about maybe moving some parts of 27 and 29 down.
Correct.
Yeah, I think something like that. I don't know what would happen, but I think it's worth taking a look at. And
well, it would make 29 more competitive, that's for sure, because that gets Del Mirage into 29.
Right.
Just certainly happy to. The thing I want to flag, though, is that 29, I guess it does go west. Oh, okay. I was thinking 29 is the Sun Cities.
Correct.
And so, but you're right, we can drop a little bit. It extends west past the Sun City, so we could trade that.
Well, and I don't know what would happen. So if we dropped 29 down, my only concern is, are we dividing up? I know we're dividing up to some extent the retirement communities, right? But they do want to be together. So I wouldn't want to drop it down and then now have Sun City, which they said very clearly they don't want to be divided.
Well, he was saying that you could take some population off the west side of the 303 loop, which is that road there. See that little
Okay.
fingers El Mirage?
Yeah, I think our test would be take what's west of the freeway in 29 out and drop it south. Hopefully that would be enough to pick up that whole neck. If not, we'll find an alternative way to
Okay.
clean up the neck. But
That
yes,
would
no, I don't take the instructions to be to split the Sun Cities in any way.
And population-wise, you think you could do that? Okay. Yeah, I think that works. What else?
Makes sense.
I have a conceptual question that's very different than what we're focused on, but something I'm struggling with, and I don't know when to bring it up. I'm looking at Goodyear and Avondale in the West Valley, where there's this robust growth. It's urban, it's alive, and my understanding in both the legislative map and the congressional map is the representation is going to be connected to communities that seem to me to be very different than them, a little more rural. And I wonder from their lens, from their perspective, are we honoring their growth, their entrepreneurial, spirit of this community?
This is D22, you're thinking?
Correct.
Okay.
So are we going to dive into Maricopa now, or are we going to wait for
Yeah,
that point?
you know what? I know that I'm throwing this out there illogically. It's not connected to anything, but I'm connecting. I mean, I can't help but think about the legislative map also through the lens of congressional, because, there's give and take, and some communities may have better representation federally, and if they're not, maybe at least making sure. I know that they're different, but I'm just thinking through the lens of everybody feeling that they have somebody watching out for their interests. And that community seems to me to just be a little bit in an island. And so I'm throwing it out there conceptually, as I know I'm not being helpful as we move forward.
Well, I think actually you raised
So
a
the
good point
commu-
about Buckeye in general, right? Because you look at D2 and D22, and it kind of divides Buckeye, and we've talked about how Buckeye is growing, and yet they're connected. So I think you raise a good point about that particular area.
Well, I think the dividing line is the Agua Fria River Basin, which basically splits Avondale, Tullison off into D22, and would take Buckeye, Goodyear, and the remainder of the West Valley into D2, I guess. I don't know how you do it, and so that river drainage is where all the concrete mason materials dug out for the Phoenix area and everything else, and so. To me, that's the natural divide. It's a little bit west there, just north of the D22 sign. There's a snakes up towards Avondale. Brian, that river runs north-south into the Gila. The Gila is the river that's running there along where all the green belt is. It's a dry wash, but it's, you know what I'm talking about, Mark? Yeah, it goes north. Well, it goes north from there. Right along there, yeah. That's kind of the natural. Well, as it goes north up into District 25.
The current D22 as drawn here, I think, is one of the coalition map districts.
Correct.
Yeah, and just in Buckeye, the District 22, District 2 border really is kind of I mean, nothing is fully built out in Buckeye, but as far as anything in Buckeye is close to built out, that's the District 22 piece. And almost all the growth happening in Buckeye is in the District 2 piece. So I think there's some, I suspect that's what they were thinking as they went through there, and why that line is drawn the way it is. But yeah, I mean, both of those, the legislation from both of those districts are going to be very focused on growth issues, without a doubt. And it is more and more, urban, I guess is the way.
And the majority of population in D2 is going to be in the urban area in Maricopa County, right? It's going to be mostly that Buckeye and all those areas. There's not a whole lot that goes all the way west, even though the district does. Is that correct?
Correct. You have the town of Gila Bend in District 22 and.
Oh, I meant two is what I meant.
Oh,
Sorry.
in 2.
Two,
Well,
isn't most of the population for that district?
yeah, we haven't split the exact numbers. There is a significant population in Yuma, but yes, I would assume a significant majority of it will be in the West Valley. And including Buckeye as part of the West Valley. Yeah, Buckeye itself is 90,000 plus, and I would guess probably, certainly 70,000 of that is in just D2, probably more. And by the city's own estimates, they're actually at almost 110,000. So that's essentially half the district is going to be almost Buckeye.
And Buckeye is, it's this growth area, but it also has an old area, right? So if we were to look at this, there's an old Latino area within Buckeye, and then there's a big growth area as well that's going on. When we look at how Buckeye is split, is that kind of how the split works? Is the older neighborhoods in D22, whereas the newer ones are in D2? Somewhat?
Yes, primarily the kind of old town is in District 22. I'm trying to remember where City Hall is. It's right on the border there. Yeah. Let me check one thing real quick on that.
Can you point out Surprise on there? Because I always forget exactly where it's located.
Yeah, and while he's doing that, actually looked up. Yes, so Old Town Old Town Buckeye or Old Buckeye is entirely in 22.
Okay.
Yeah, it's important for us to realize the constituency of D2. It's this high growth, touching upon urban area, along with, approaching the border. And the Yuma area. I'm not saying it's doable, but it's different interests. What's the spread there in D2 in terms of Rs, Ds, and?
It has a 25.3% spread.
62% Republican.
West Valley.
But it doesn't seem to encroach in the areas in Yuma in which I think significant communities would I think, be marginalized. I mean, that's my sense of the map. So I'm just trying to think through all of the different communities in the area.
This is the challenge where, so D2 and District 29 are, overwhelmingly Republican. 25 and 22 are overwhelmingly Democrat, but 22 and 25 are part of the the effective voting rights seats. So.
And if I recall too, and I know this is Buckeye, is that growth area that we need to be very conscious of. That split between D2 and D23 kind of addresses some of the things we heard in Yuma about having two separate districts with different interests, different communities of interest, I should say.
After lunch, you can kind of show us where the previous minority, majority districts were. Okay.
There's a lot to look at, so this may be a good point to break for lunch.
I'll just make a quick comment. I went back and looked at, if you recall when we were in Sholo, we received sample maps from the folks in Sholo. And I think if they take a look at the D7, they should be pretty pleased overall with how similar, it's not identical, but there's a lot of overlap there. And from my perspective, it speaks to when we hear from the public and they give us some ideas, sometimes those align to some extent anyway, but we are listening to that. But when I look at that old map that we received a couple months ago, it's quite interesting how much similarity there is.
So that does trigger one thing. I'm not sure we have it on the record, but so let me just be sure. That D7, I'm glad you mentioned that, Commissioner Lerner. Over on the east side, it does not follow Highway 191 all the way up. It does follow Highway 191. It gets all of St. John's. But then it comes in and picks up territory. The reason we cut in there is as the team was drawing the maps, they actually noticed the Zuni reservation. So D7 is coming off the highway and farther in than we had expected in order to pick up that Zuni reservation, make sure that it's in D7. So just so folks, if they spot why is it not following the highway all the way up to the Navajo Nation, it's because to make sure we get the Zuni in there too.
So it sounds like from a mapping perspective, this is a good juncture to take a break maybe for lunch. And what amount of time makes sense for us to reconvene and come back to the legislative map?
Would an hour be amenable?
Sure, and let me just check in actually with council and staff in terms of just overall scheduling. Is there any preference with our break schedule? Okay, so why don't we take an hour break? It is 12:15 and we'll reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Okay. We are now back in public session, and we are going to dive right back into agenda item number 7, our map deliberations. I will turn it over to our mapping team.
During the break, we prepared the current VRA districts, and we can show you what they look like overlaid on a map on top of the current map. Brian just put on the screen here are the current districts. And if we want to overlay them, so you can see that the slight differences there are in that muted green color.
These are the current.
Those are the current ones right there. Yes, the one that we're overlaying is the new that we were working off of. So you can see there's the current, well, there's the new ones that we're working at here.
Draft map.
Yes. The 23 and 2, and then turn them on. And you can see where there are some differences. Why don't you turn off ours?
Were the differences there that there was less of Yuma in the southern boundary there, or more of Yuma? I got confused on the colors, sorry.
So on the screen right now is the current legislative districts. So you can see that the white piece in Yuma, in the middle of Yuma, is not there.
Okay.
And if we turn on the current draft maps, turn off theirs, you can see that there is a little bit of D23 extra. Turn off ours again, turn on theirs. So you can see that where it says Somerton, there's a part of the district that's not part of our bottom district there.
So we should at least look at that and see if we think, we should look at those areas and see which way do we think they should be based on their demographics.
Right, so they cut out a hole in the middle of your draft map, District 23. So that's currently the draft maps that you're working on. Turn that off. And you can see that the current district that is in place today, not your draft maps, dip down a little bit.
So I assume that's just population shifting and where people are living. That's what's going on there, right? They're just moving things around based on the population? Is that what you would assume?
I don't have those numbers. I wouldn't want to make an assumption on that.
Yeah. It's the geography around the Marine Air Force, the Air Force Base there in Yuma.
Yeah, you can see there is.
Well, it's just, I mean, I think that if you think of D2, our current D2 and their current, our current D23, I'm guessing that was a population grab to make D2 more balanced with D23. I don't know what's south of the airport there,
But we're not grabbing it.
No, this is what the suggestion, what we their D23 is a suggestion, primary suggestion of the Hispanic Coalition that we placed. So they didn't grab it for some reason. So in a constitutional thought process of compactness, is it uncompact, I guess? I don't think it's enough to matter. I don't think it's enough to matter either, but it just seems odd.
So the commission's map right now is more compact than the existing legislative district.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I was curious if we should grab that geography there over the airport and just to the east of the airport up along the highway.
Into D2.
Well, it's already in D2 into D23.
No, it's in D23 now.
No, it's in D2 now.
Yeah, the year base it hasn't moved in either map. It's in the same place in either map. It's the neighborhood to the west of the airbase and the neighborhood south of the airbase that differ.
But it's the stuff south here that has changed.
Right.
I don't know that I want to start making these minor changes at this point. I'd like to see the whole thing because
Right.
I'm sure that they drew those out pretty carefully to get to the percentages that they were looking for.
Yeah, and I think the main request, as I understood it, in looking at the existing legislative districts, is where is there a new Latino empowerment district, and it's definitely not in Yuma. So, yeah. Go Phoenix.
You know, we have been starting from more the border, moving up in the west-east. You know, we can also move from the east-west, because I do know there needs to be some shuffling in the Mesa, Tempe, moving Phoenix area. I don't know if my colleagues want to dive into that area of the map.
Well, I think
or-
he's trying to show us first where the new
Oh, okay.
district is.
Sorry.
And I think it's District 22, if I did my math right, is the ad on our current map. Because the District 4 in the previous map moves all the way up into Maricopa. District 22 is the new majority district.
Yeah, I mean, the districts had all shifted around so much. There's no one-to-one correlation of 4 old seats and then a new one. It's the new one is pieces of each of these. So you can see right now we've got 25, 24, I think 26 too. Yeah, so 26, the one shown in white, it's kind of up on top, and then 25 to left, 24, 22, and 11 as you walk down. And then can you switch to the existing legislative districts? Yeah, so you've got the two kind of side by side without the one up north, and then 2 side by side, and yeah, so essentially District 4, which on this map blends, can you zoom out? I think there's a little bit
Blends
just
23 and 22.
yeah. And now the new one, can you go back to the commission's map? So the commission's map has split, and it's the coalition map, has split so that the Avondale-Tolleson seat no longer goes down to Tohono and Yuma. And so we could look at that as the new map, new one, or the other one. It's hard to identify which one's the new one, but that's the big split, is that we're no longer blending
That's
those.
the big change.
Yeah, and that's showing the growth in the Phoenix area of the Latino population. Yeah, and part of reflecting that, the existing legislative map has 3 districts that are majority Latino by citizen voting age, so 56, 54, and 52. And the coalition's proposed maps have 2 that are over 50% and 1 that's right at 50%. So to some degree, they're taking a little bit off of all those Phoenix seats to make the new seat.
Okay. Do you understand? I mean, are you following? I am.
I do. I am. Yeah. No, I don't think we're going to try to change the boundaries of those maps just
Correct.
to change them, right?
No.
We're going to be looking overall at all the different districts.
Yeah, and the challenge, of course, the existing legislative districts are not at all population balanced, since they were drawn to be balanced 10 years ago.
Correct.
So from a strategic perspective, colleagues, is there preference for diving into maybe where certain communities of interest are, for example, Latinos, or would you like to go geographic, maybe east-west, or I'm open to suggestions?
I guess I just have I'd like to just make a general comment, and then I'm open to wherever my colleagues want to start looking at things. But part of why I liked both 4.0 and 4.1, understanding the issues with, why we picked one with the other. I understand some of the concerns about competitiveness and all, but I actually think this is a pretty balanced in terms of looking at our competitiveness in broad terms, right? That we are now a competitive state. The fact is that we actually have pretty balanced districts overall, not within the districts, where we might have a spread of 20% here and a spread of 20% there. We actually probably have the same issues, whether it's a Republican-leaning district or a Democrat. But I think this 4.1 comes up with about a 50-50 split, Republican to Democrat. That most of the districts, not all, are fairly compact and contiguous, but most of them are. They recognize communities of interest in terms of how they've been drawn. So we might be tinkering here and there, but I'm not sure of the parameters of where we want to make changes, because I don't see, I saw what Commissioner Meal did before. He felt there was a community that needed to be added. But when I look at especially the urban area, I'm not sure how we are changing this, what we're changing it for, if they're recognizing communities of interest. So, if I look at a mountain park area, where the mountain preserves are we keeping those relatively intact, as people had requested? Are we placing groups who've requested to be together, school districts? But to me, it's a pretty remarkable map in the sense that we are, in our state right now, fairly competitive overall, and this map reflects that. So I just wanted to make that comment of what are we actually going to accomplish in terms of changes as part of that.
And I'm not sure that this map would produce a functioning body of elected leaders. That remains to be seen. From my perspective, I'm a little less concerned with coming at it from it has to be a certain balance and partisanship. That's not of the 6 criteria. I'm focused on maximizing the representation of as many communities of interest, which to me requires a balancing of respecting the geographic areas, which, yes, we've done a good job of identifying the general areas, but we haven't done a good enough job yet of moderating those areas. And that's where, to be honest, and we can, the 5 of us will go into, the specifics of the districts and give as much feedback as possible. But I just want to be very honest. These census blocks far better than I do, far better than I'll ever be able to. And so if we ask you to lean in with trying to seek competitiveness, we may need ideas. I may need ideas because I don't have as much of a command of that data. Maybe it's not possible. But I think you're understanding our general focus of which communities are of importance. And if there's a way for us to juggle these lines, it may even be a half mile here and there that may really shift things. So we're going to need collaboration because we've got ideas. My colleagues know much more about the geography than I do, but I know you all know even more. So with that, I'm open to suggestions about where to start.
Well, Madam Chair, I know we're talking about competitiveness, communities of interest, and then, of course, earlier, the Voter Rights Act. Do we have an idea from legal counsel where our polarization report is? Because I think that would be helpful, at least for me, in understanding how these districts potentially lay out and how it meets the.
Is on? Okay, sorry about that. So as we have talked about before, Voting Rights Act compliance is a question of performance, and of course, with an analysis of polarized voting. Our consulting experts on the legal team, as I alluded to, have been doing a district-by-district analysis. What we were just informed of a little bit earlier would be that the analysis for the congressional districts will be done at around 3:30 this afternoon, so actually fairly soon, but that they were then turning to the legislative analysis of this 4.1 map. But we don't have an ETA on that, although my colleague literally just stepped out to take a call from our expert, so we may have an update in the next, whenever he walks back in. But the latest update is a congressional map analysis by this afternoon, certainly, and then the legislative map analysis hopefully today, but it could be into tomorrow morning of this 4.1 map.
Which seems to me the timing works well because we can conceptually give feedback, integrating the Latino ideas, our ideas, give feedback to the mapping team, and then subsequently we'll have the actual polarization data for the consultants to be able to do those fine analyses to make sure we honor the VRA. So it seems to me that the timing is converging appropriately. I don't think that precludes us from moving forward with conceptually, making progress on the maps.
So, Mr. Commissioner York, there were a couple cities that I felt got divided up by this current map rendering that we've accepted that I think I'd like to talk about. First is the city of Tempe. It appears to be in 3 different districts, 12, 9, and 8. Originally, we had talked about South Scottsdale across the river and Tempe, the hospitality areas of those markets being kind of combined into one legislative district with taking on part of Western Mesa. So my suggestion would be move that up to McDowell Road, D9 up to McDowell Road. I'm not sure where the Kyrene School District lines fall in South Tempe, and so I probably would follow that, but I would think that would be one community of interest we need to sort of pull together there.
And just as a note, because I happen to know, Tempe actually currently does have 3 districts now. It actually already has 3 legislative districts, just as a point. So it's not new for them to have 3. It seems odd being a smaller community, but it does have 3 currently, and I think they have been comfortable with that.
Well, we had suggested that we would combine the South Scottsdale Tempe district or with the Tempe ASU corridor. I still think that's an overall an arching community.
Well, I think this District 8 does that right now. It actually extends, a previous map had it cut off at either Apache or Broadway or something, and now it goes down to Southern. So it actually is a little different from current configuration, but not that much.
And from a population balancing perspective, if we wanted to unite it, 12 could move north and take up the Tempe part of 9, and then 9 would come south and take up the eastern end of 12. If we start trying to bring 8 south, then there's nowhere for 9 to go to get that population. So.
I was trying to move 8 north and to take on Fountain Hills in that northern part of the Salt River community in Fort McDowell.
Yeah.
I think that's too far north. I think lumping North Tempe in with Fountain Hills, is that what you're getting at?
No, I'm thinking just the boundary of District 8, making Tempe and East Mesa and that 60 corridor there, part of that District 9, and then trying to move
the boundary, lower southern boundary of District 8 North to take in Fountain Hills along that, the boundary there and actually going out to get Fort McDowell to be put in with the Salt River.
See, the Fort McDowell wants to be with Fountain Hills, but I think you're really putting different communities together there. This current configuration has Tempe with Salt River and a little bit more of Scottsdale maybe than what was originally planned, but I'm not sure that that does a whole lot in those areas. I'm looking at the numbers too, but Tempe is kind of different. It has the university area, then it has, the southern part of Tempe is pretty different from North Tempe, and that middle area as well. I'm not sure putting it with Fountain Hills.
No, I wasn't putting it with Fountain Hills. I
I'm
was putting
sorry.
it with District 9, which runs along the river.
District 9, which it already is part of District 9. You're talking about
I'm
the
talking
northern
about the
part?
university and
Oh.
the southern part. I mean, if you cross the river there, that's South Scottsdale, Tempe's is in that area, and there's tons of housing for those students, and they're commuting down to the university. I thought that should all be together.
Yeah, I think that makes it difficult in terms of how the Salt River kind of connects with all of that, the Indian community there as part of it. So I guess my main
But
thing
doesn't
is,
Salt River connect more with Scottsdale?
no, they want to be with Tempe.
And just to put this all in context of how it ripples through the whole map, if the border between 8 and 9, if that moves, then everything through the East Valley through 15 has to move, and it shifts out into the rural areas. So we can move things around within the East Valley between 9, 10, 12. And actually what you're, Commissioner, to your goal of trying to get Fountain Hills and that area in, the western border of District 8 could move in. I think that's the Arcadia area where it sticks out.
No. What I was trying to get is Paradise Valley into one district.
Oh, yeah.
There's
yeah.
there's an area north of the mountains, the Phoenix Mountain Reserve, that could include Paradise Valley. That is a geography and a community of interest going north. That is a different area than south of those mountains, which includes Arcadia, the Biltmore, Camelback corridor. Conceivably you could move 8, or I don't know where you slide it around, but you could have a district that sits on top of.
So we can certainly move things around within like 3, 1, and 3, and 4, and 8. We can move those around however we wish and however to meet the communities of interest in that area. And those can all rotate around, no problem. Where we impact the whole map is if that border between 8 and 9 move. So if we can do it by changing 8 and only impacting 4 and 1 and 3, that we can do.
So basically just take the northernmost part of 4 out and put it in with 1 or 3? Is that what you're thinking? Because I'm not really sure of, I understand trying to get Paradise Valley together if you want to try to pull that into one, but I don't know how that could have other implications for the others. So Commissioner York, are you mostly focused on just what can you do to pull Paradise Valley into one?
Well, I thought when we originally looked at these maps before we took on the assignment to institute the Latino suggestions, we had decided that Tempe and South Scottsdale were going to stay together. Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Salt River were going to stay together. That Paradise Valley somehow was going to get encompassed in with the northern areas of the mountain preserve that definitely wanted to be separate from the western side of that corridor, that I-51 corridor. We heard it pretty loud and clear that was definitely a different type of demographic than the north part of those mountains. So, and so I'm trying to slide around that whole area to make it fit what I thought we had originally talked about. So I don't know. There's not anything specific. I know this is balanced, but at the same time, this is based on a suggestion from a minority majority influence that
we said we'd look at. If you remember correctly, the grid maps really hadn't been messed with much in Maricopa County up until that point, and so now we're trying to resort out in our heads where these districts need to be, and where it makes sense from a community of interest or a geography. There's boundaries in Maricopa County that we have to consider, like the Salt River and the Indian reservations on the east, and then to the south we have the Gila, and the West Valley with District 22 takes up probably more of the growth area than maybe it should. I don't know, but I mean those are things that I'm thinking about as I look at this map. And I appreciate your comments around it being a very competitive statewide map, but we also have a duty to our citizens in where the bulk of our people live here in Maricopa County to try to make it fit their neighborhoods.
I agree. Go ahead.
When we started on this, that's why I wanted to really preferred to go back to 3.5 and not go to either of these 4.0 or 4.1 maps. And we agreed to do it, partly for harmony, partly to make progress. But when we said that, we said, but there's significant changes in Maricopa County we want to look at. So I don't want to just get rejected whole cloth on looking at those changes when I think it's important that we look at them. And as always, we may draw something and decide that it's not better and we would reject it. But I think we want to make a good effort at looking at an alternative for that Maricopa County area.
We're not objecting to it at all, whole cloth. I'm just asking questions because, and especially when you pick an area I happen to know real well, I can speak to that. And I'm just asking about what the purpose of the change is. That's all. I just don't want to make, as we all do, right? We don't want to make changes just for the sake of making changes. We want to make things better.
Right. And I think
so that's all I was asking. I'm not.
No, I appreciate that. But I also think if you look at District 11, I think 24 serves the Latino community well. District 11 serves South Phoenix well. District 26 overlays with the Congressional District 3. District 25 takes into the west side of Glendale. And if we move 27 and 29 and figure out where the population changes come in District 2, maybe they come from the West Valley and District 22. I don't know, but those four, 11, 24, 26, 27, 25, those make a lot of sense to us, I think. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but the way that caused the shuffle on the East Valley, because I'm not sure if we don't want to go more rural in some of these, in D7 or D5 or D14. I don't know. I don't know the East Valley well enough to make those calls. Did we take into all the consideration for the Copper Corridor and does Apache Junction want more in it than just Gold Canyon? I don't know. Do we want to go down 60 farther? Those are things we got to consider. But if you look at the guts of this map of Maricopa County, even including D12, I think that corridor is in pretty good shape from my standpoint, taking into consideration geography of South Mountain, geography of Queen Creek School District, the minority populations in 11, 24, 26, and 27, and that serves those people. It's just the other side that I think needs to be jostled around a little bit. And so that's my objective, is to make sure we don't forget about the rest of the valley.
And I actually think we should take a look at D3 and D7 to see, especially D7, to see if that can become more compact as part of it. Because it does take an area, and that's one of the ones I think you mentioned, right?
It's just the rural districts, yeah.
Well, it comes into
Queen Creek.
Queen Creek, right. And so, and we heard from Apache Junction, and Gold Canyon, they want to be linked together. I don't know if they are right now. I'm not sure how far. No, they are. Okay, so that particular district, D15, seems to work, but then that portion of Queen Creek, I could see where we could try to make some changes there to get more of Queen Creek in there. I know that's a population issue, but dividing Queen Creek like that, and it's a big growth area with Santan Valley is also growing, and I would say is more metropolitan as it's growing. So I'm not sure if there's something we could do in that area. I'm very open to it. I just wanted to know, what we're looking for to doing. That's all. But maybe we could take a look at District 7 and District 15 and see, and District 3.
Yeah, I guess to Commissioner Lerner's point there, if you wanted to revisit District 7, that I think you described what would be happening is if 7 were to pull out of Santan Valley, then 7 would have to go into Verde Valley, and 5 would then come down into Maricopa County, into D3, and get some portion or all of the New River Anthem area.
Is there any part of, I guess I'm just trying to see if it can become more compact in some way. It skirts around D3, but there's probably not much population where it skirts around, right?
Where it skirts
Oh,
around.
yeah, there's no population there.
Oh, looking out in Maricopa County piece, yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to see if it could be more compact and connected.
And to Commissioner York, to your earlier question too, Paradise Valley can be put whole. You're right. It's divided currently. It could be done in D4 or D8. We'd just be rotating amongst those two in District 3 in all likelihood. So that works without going out into D7. It's only if we try to offset it with change between D8 and D9, then you end up going out to D7 and rotating all the way through Gila County.
And one thing I would take a look at is Wickenburg seemed to want to be with Congress, but it's right now in D2. I don't know if it can be put into D5. Remember, we heard from folks on that, saying that they, am I wrong? We heard from Wickenburg Ranch and Wickenburg, right? They want it to be with Congress, I think. So if we can move them, and again, I know it's population balancing. I don't have all the answers by that any means, but they seem to feel that they had those connections.
So that would be crossing the county line, I guess. We've done that down in the Pima County line, certainly, but...
I actually think Wickenburg could go either way. It could go either into D5 or D28, because they're also connected to Morristown. They're not far from there. And I know that we heard from them. I mean, I think that that's a better connection for them than District 2. I guess that's what I would say, is that I don't think that they have any connection.
I would probably put them in D5 if I was.
That's fine.
I kind of agree with you. We have consensus. I would like some agreement on 11, 24, 26, 27, 25.
Can you just say those again so I'm just writing them down because I can't keep track.
11, 24, 26, 27, 25.
Okay. Just take a look at all of those.
Well, those are the minority, majority communities of interest suggestions from the Latino community that makes sense.
So you said you wanted to take a look at those?
I don't even take a look at them. I'm just telling you that I feel those are. I do think the little sliver of District 2 where it reaches across 25 needs to be consolidated either into 27 and 29 somehow, and that'll leave that up to Doug and Mark to figure that out.
I agree with you, though, to take that District 2 sliver and get rid of it out of that place and somehow reconnect it. And I think with 3 districts surrounding it, that should work okay, 29, 27, and 25. As a question, and I don't have an answer for this, but I'm going to ask the question about Black Canyon City and whether it should go with District 5 or District 3. And I don't know if you all have any thoughts on that.
I would argue it should go with District 3. Just from a growth standpoint, people with the new semiconductor infrastructure businesses going up there on the 303, I'm thinking that the New River Black Canyon City is going to be a desirable market for new homes and for those employees.
So put Black Canyon City in New River?
Yeah.
I agree with you. Another point we agree on. I'm trying to remember corridors where people talked about certain things, and that was one that I.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the line between District 28 and District 3, it cuts across on Carefree Highway there. There's a big open area to the west of Carefree Highway. That area has very little population. It is probably, so if you're looking to balance, you could run District 1 up along Highway 17, Mark, and you could take part of that little, what do you want to call it, polygon shape, and move it into District 3. There's mountains there and some mines, and there's a big dump. And
So, I guess, is part of the request to try to move, I just want to try to wrap up the earlier conversation, try to move Paradise Valley into D8, or into D4?
I would probably move it into D4.
You're fine moving it
And
into
I would probably shift D8 up a little bit into D3.
That's definitely easier to put it in D4 than into D8.
So take a little bit of. I'm just trying to figure out where you would do that. You would take a little bit of Scottsdale from
Correct.
D3, right? Just if you can walk me through it, that'd be great. That's all I need, because I know the area. So.
Well, and related to that, I guess, the arm of District 8 coming west, below Paradise Valley, that's just the residue from drawing District 24 that came in from the coalition. I don't know if that's something you want to preserve, or if that should go into D4 as well.
I think that could go into D4, right?
Okay.
That's Arcadia.
Yes. So do you think that could go into D4?
So
And
the
then
way it was drawn previously is that Arcadia followed the canal there. You had squiggly line kind of ranks diagonally. That was part of a district in itself, and it swung back around to Tempe. Can you, Brian? Can you drop in PV in red?
Show Paradise Valley.
I can't remember.
So the part that currently is shown east of the district boundary would move into District 4. And then we could shift the line above or below, or move up into D3 and move District 4 down, and District 3 into District 4. It's a fairly easy 2 or 3 district rotation there. The question is whether we also want to rotate the part below that, as you're saying, the Arcadia piece, where 8 is coming over.
So if D4 moves a little bit west,
A little
right?
bit
to get-
east.
East.
East, sorry.
Yeah.
You'd think I'd know that. Moves east. Are you just trying to take the Paradise Valley, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then D1 would move a little bit south?
Probably D3. Up. Can you zoom up? Zoom out a
D3
little
would
bit?
move north.
D3 moves north, D4 moves west, and D1 moves south to
So-
balance.
D1 would move north, I think. Oh, could be, yeah, a little
So,
south.
yeah, so District 4 would pick up that Paradise Valley piece, and then it would need to give something up. So I'm just describing the easiest way. I'm open to your direction if you think an alternative would be better. But the easiest way would then be for the north end of District 4 to move south, and District 3 to pick that up, and then District 8 to move a little bit north to pick up from District 3. Yeah, it could. But you could move District 1 south a little bit, and to pick, District 4 could keep its far northern border, and instead District 1 could come south into District 4, farther to the west.
That's what I would do, because I think the people to the north of District 4 are more in common with those people in the northern part of that D4 area.
So move D1 a little south. Yeah, I could see doing that.
Okay.
And would you have D3 move a little bit west as well to pick up some of that area north of 101 then, based on that?
And that was going to be our next question. So either D4 could move west into D1, or, wait, let me make sure I'm doing this right. Oh no, D4 would be balanced at that point. So District 3 would move west into District 1, and then District 5 would pick up from District 3.
Okay.
All right.
That was one of the things you wanted to try to do, right?
Yeah, that moved a little bit west of Carefree Island.
Okay.
Nice work.
And then we've already talked about over on the west side, the District 2, District 29, District 27 rotation. I think we're good with instructions on that section, at least from compactness and communities of interest.
It would be nice to put all of Buckeye in the same district. So I would put that in District 2, but that's my opinion.
We can do that. That would be impacting District 22, which is one of the coalition-drawn districts.
No, I understand, but right now, I mean, I'm more interested in that top piece. That lower piece is just incorporated. There's not much population down there. Just the stuff maybe, like, what, 4 or 5 miles south of I-10 as it runs east-west.
Yeah, let me just see here.
Which part?
Where he's running the mouse around.
Just south of I-10 or just north are you talking about?
Just that little corner there.
Okay. I'm sorry, I keep looking at my
Because
own.
below the river, there isn't any population, even though Buckeye's annexed at all.
Right.
To try to combine it into one?
Well, just that town, you see, that leaves Avondale and Tullison and D22.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Sundance development out there. It's pretty big in that purple area. So
Well, you have all of the, what's it called? Australia in D22 currently.
right, I'm just saying that'd be taking a pretty big chunk of population out of 22 that we need to get back from somewhere.
Is that a new development?
No, that's actually one of the older ones.
So I think that's what you said, didn't you say that Buckeye seemed to be divided, Old Town versus new development, expansion. Isn't that kind of how this was broken down?
That's what it looks like. The Valencia area is the exception to that, but which is right on the line between the two. But yes, so Sundance is a golf development, but it's been around for a while.
And we could probably come back to that to see if there's a way to. I like the idea in terms of Buckeye of trying to acknowledge and recognize that growth piece with also the older, more diverse areas and try to balance those two. And if there's a split in Buckeye for that, I think that works okay. And maybe what we do is need to come back and take a closer look at that and make sure that we're addressing that. Yeah.
I mean, no, I'm smiling. One thing I'm realizing is the prison, the Buckeye prison, is actually in 2. So there may actually be the possibility to trade. We could check the numbers, but we may be able to trade Sundance for the prison. Oh yeah. Obviously, I mean, the Sundance is about 4,000, which actually is about the size of the prison. So, for those who aren't familiar, so down in that far southern piece of Buckeye, where Commissioner York's correct, there's nothing down there right now. The only thing down there is the prison. Yeah, exactly. So the District 22 portion that Brian's showing on the screen is largely wide open, and then the District 2 side of it is the prison. So we could switch those 2 areas, and that would put the Sundance area into District 2. If that were the.
And you think that's helping Buckeye? I mean, I'm looking at this going.
I guess the question for the commission would be: is Sundance being in 2 with the growth areas of Buckeye? Does that make sense to the city? Obviously, it's not going to be an impact on the Buckeye voters to move the prison one way or the other. So.
I mean, my opinion is yes. They would, if I was a city citizen, I wouldn't want 2 districts, but that's me. I mean, back to the community of interest conversation. It's not all Sundance. I mean.
Oh, right. There's much more Buckeye that's in 22, but.
If we're looking at trying to balance some things too, based on the chairwoman's thoughts as part of it, we could take a look at a couple of adjacent districts where if we shift lines, I don't think we affect the communities of interest that much, but if we shift lines, we might find a little more balance. But I'd want to be sure that we were not affecting specific communities of interest in that way. And we could look at potentially 27 and 26.
And 26 is one of the coalition suggested districts.
Okay.
So is it 27, I think.
No, 27 wouldn't be.
I mean, the area is similar to where we looked at in the congressional map is 9 and 10 over in Mesa, where currently 9 is, both of them are about 20% spreads, and one is Democrat and the other is Republican. So we could, instead of a vertical border between them, look at a horizontal border between them. The slightly challenging piece is that 13 below, District 13 below them is actually It doesn't have any swings, but it is a 6% spread. So it's in our spread competitive range. But we could switch between 9 and 10 and see how that worked
We
out.
potentially could look at 12 and 13 as well.
The 12 includes the school district, which I thought was a goal.
It is. I'm trying to help out here.
We
I'm
could
making an effort.
we could take the eastern part of 12 is not in Kyrene, so we could look at if alternating between that and 13 would change the dynamics of those two.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that
I think there's
population-
potential
But where's
there.
that population going to come from? I mean, that's part of the problem.
13 is short and 12 is over, so there might be a little bit of flux in there. And the eastern part of 12 potentially could go into 13.
We'd probably be looking at really blending the two. So there'd be, let me see. Instead of there being the vertical line on the east side there, that 12 would probably come over the top of 13, and 13 would pick up the southern part of the non-Kyrene District 12.
Well, that's the key, would be to try to not break up the school district, both Kyrene, there's Tempe Union.
Correct.
You know, well, no, I'm sorry, Tempe Union won't be affected, but Kyrene in there.
Does it
That's why I
work?
thought if you took some of the eastern piece from 12, and then maybe moved 13 up or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of, is you've got that little piece that's sticking into 13.
Mhm.
I keep looking at my map and forget to look at there.
Right.
That piece, and that would balance those two districts out a little bit more.
Yeah, but we need to be compact, guys.
Yeah, well, I don't think it changes the compactness at all. By doing that, I think you can take that piece, potentially Chandler Boulevard over to the 101. I'm sorry. Yeah, that could move up in D13. And then you could take Arizona Avenue over to the western border of D13, kind of as an exchange. And it might provide a little bit more balance in terms of the numbers. And I don't think you're going to be affecting communities of interest in those cases, because you've got two big streets. You're not separating communities in terms of that.
And we can certainly take a look at that.
So you're talking about moving 12 around next to the, taking Sun City, or Sun Lakes?
No, 12 is over by East Valley. Over by Gilbert. It's between Gilbert and Chandler.
Yeah, I see.
Oh,
District
sorry, Sun Lakes. Yeah. I was thinking
Yeah.
Sun City. Yeah, well, it would actually just move, it actually would take what's above the 202 and move that up to Chandler Boulevard, and then exchange that with 87 Arizona Avenue and give that to 13. I don't think there's a lot of change that needs to happen, but I'm looking at balancing the districts a little bit.
It does, just as a caution, to move competitive percentages, it takes a lot of people.
Okay.
So,
Well, I know that there's a lot of neighborhoods in those areas, so
Yes.
I don't know.
It's good and
I-
bad.
And I don't know how much they need to be moved. They both just don't need to be moved dramatically, maybe. And so all we're trying to do is get the spread,
right.
right? So if we adjust it a little bit to get into the spread, that's all I was looking for.
Yeah, and we can certainly just see what we can do where the numbers come. Essentially, the southwestern part of D13 would keep the same far western border, but come farther north. And instead of it being kind of a square in the northeast for District 12, it would become more of a rectangle, going farther east into the top part of D13. And then we'd have to balance out 9 and 10 and 14 around it, but we could do that.
I'm still arguing for Tempe to be part of D9, so. And that north side of the river there, where all those students live.
Yeah, and we're happy to draw it. It just would mean redrawing all of District 7 and District 15.
Well, but didn't we have a map that had that?
Yeah. Oh.
I do want to say that there has been sentiment of keeping that Tempe West Mesa area together. I mean, there's just a lot of synergy going on a very local level. And it's mutual. And so I don't know if there's a way to make that work.
Well, right now, that's kind of the third piece. So Tempe, this is kind of classic Tempe. North Tempe is with South Scottsdale. Central Tempe is with Mesa. And South Tempe is with Ahwatukee and is that Chandler? Yeah. So it's...
Which is pretty much what it's been in that same way. And they do have, I mean, the North Tempe part with South Scottsdale also is tied to the Salt River Indian community. And there's a lot that goes on between the communities. A lot of the folks from Salt River serve on commissions and boards with Tempe. They do a lot of work together. So those three actually, as odd as it is, it does align in terms of their interests. South Tempe is very much more like Ahwatukee than it is North Tempe, for example.
And just along D8 moving.
Well, and I would say North Tempe is a lot like South Scottsdale. I'm sorry. I mean,
Yeah,
that's part
it
of
is.
my argument.
But it's in there, right now.
Not really.
North Tempe is with Scottsdale. South Scottsdale.
But I would say north of the mall there in Scottsdale is a lot different than than down into the campus area of Tempe.
Yeah, I guess I just can't figure out where we would put the north part of Scottsdale that I thought we just moved the Paradise Valley. I thought we kind of redid D4, D8 a little bit.
We did. Since you're.
So do we want to see how
But you were
that?
monkeying around with 13, so I thought I would monkey around with 8.
Can I just make an observation? As we're talking about this geographic area, I'm hearing that there's quite a few subsets of people that can work together. That's a wonderful thing. Given that, and given that we're wanting to maximize or actually minimize the spread, knowing that we have some flexibility, I think we can give you the charge to see what's possible here. I think another natural, as I said earlier, moving D8 into D9, just remember there's light rail now going along from west all the way to east, which is connecting Tempe all the way into Mesa, and it's becoming a really nice hub. So there's just a lot of areas that, for me, maximizing all 6 criteria, if we could achieve more competitiveness and I can, ensure that these different communities are going to be, represented, that makes sense. I'm not sure we need to wed ourselves to these very, very specific boundaries right now, given that it's going to have ripple effects. Unless I'm off base and my colleagues want to lock some of this in. I mean, if you've got, some district that you think, wow, this is it, feel free.
Does mapping have a lot of direction?
Yeah, I think we have good to go. I was actually just looking back to see, as you talked about, Commissioner York, the map that had South Scottsdale, Tempe, and West Mesa in one seat with Salt River, and just to have it as reference, you want to look, it's map 3.1, and as you're getting a good sense, I think at this point of how things are locked together, the key to making that happen is that the Verde Valley and Prescott, ironically enough, the key to making that happen is that Verde Valley and Prescott have to be separate. So that's a kind of widespread kind of roll through that happens in these maps. Only if once we start focusing on things like where do the tribal reservations go and the voting rights seats. So I just wanted to come across that it is, we're happy to draw it. I'm not saying we can't draw it. I'm just saying that's the kind of ripple that comes out of when you move that line in Mesa, in Tempe, ironically enough, you then move things in the Verde Valley. So.
That's the kind of feedback we need to hear.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned the north, can I make one comment on when I look at District 6 and District 7? That could also have ripple effects, but Winslow is not completely in District 6. I know there are Navajos who live in Winslow, and I'm not sure why we have that, why we don't just have I-40 be the boundary there. Could we make I-40 that boundary up there? I don't know how it would impact the two districts. There's probably not a huge amount of population, but I noticed that District 6 is a little short, District 7 has a little bit more. So maybe if we put, I'm sure there was a reason for that boundary, but could we consider doing that?
I believe that is the city border.
Is it? Because it
Yeah.
looks.
Oh, we missed it by a block, I think, but the idea was to follow the city border there.
Well, was it to put Winslow in District 7? Was that the idea? Rather
Yes,
than in District 6?
Because, yes, as we were looking at all the non-reservation lands going to the 7 up there.
So I guess the question I would have is, since District 7 is a little overpopulated, which may not be the case when you're done with other things, I know. And I don't know how that affects anything. I don't think it's going to dramatically affect, but it might, because I have no idea what the makeup of Winslow, other than as a community of interest. But it seems to me that maybe we could make I-40 that, or just put all of Winslow potentially into District 6. Commissioner Watchman, do a lot of tribal folks, do people live in Winslow?
I'm not sure about the exact demographics, but the north side of Winslow, I think, is some tract land that the nation knows. I know the southern part of Winslow is the prison there, southern part of Winslow, so I'm not exactly sure. And so, but I also want to also add to this mixture here. The nation just sent, and I think our director just receives their maps, and they're shooting actually for a 63% population ratio, and so that's their desire, and that would obviously stretch the deviation to about 5%. And so I think Mark just got the map, and so we need to throw that into the mix.
We certainly can. The email came in over lunch, so we did see it come in.
Okay, so
I think this, you say the 63% seat is actually a 15% deviation? Right? Just reading, we haven't. Yeah, so to reach 63, they take a 14% deviation in that district.
yeah.
But I think they had an alternative that they mentioned in the email that is, yeah, with a 7% deviation in that seat, they get to 60% CVAP. So 7%, we can do that and stay in the 10% overall range. Just if that's 7% short, nothing else can be more than 3% over. So we can stay in the 10% range
Well,
with
yeah,
that.
look at it, because they're making that argument, because the nation's also working with the state of New Mexico on
Right.
similar issues, and so they're pushing that argument. But in terms of population for Flagstaff, Winslow, and Holbrook, for the most part, I think there's a fair amount of Navajos that live in those three towns. I would say probably a quarter, 25% or more. And so I'm not sure about the breakdown in Winslow, and so.
Oh, and actually, to your point, that may answer the question of Winslow. We can take a look and see what they're doing with Winslow.
Right,
And
because I know there's an Indian hospital in Winslow, and a lot of the employees are Navajo members, and so I have to assume that they reside in Winslow.
It's just something to look at. I mean, it's not
Right,
critical,
exactly. Well,
These,
that's the point here for this discussion.
yeah. I mean, these guys, do you have that where you can show it? Or not yet? The Navajo plan? The 7%. Yeah, the 7% one. It just came in over lunch, but that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
They actually have got it. They
Just
do
saw
have it. They can show it on screen, the
Yeah.
one with the 7%
Okay.
deviation.
Nice.
So we can take a look. Timmons moves fast. It's time. And just for residents watching, they've got it in their internal the systems. It's not shared with the public or anything like that yet. But it will be as soon as we can process it.
So maybe a good time for a 10-minute break?
Yeah, 10-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll look at is this the Navajo map?
Yep.
10-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. Let's dive right back in to our main event today, which is agenda item number 7, map drawing. I turn it back over to our mapping team.
Thank you. What Brian's putting on the screen right now is the Navajo Nation's suggestion for District 7 that we were talking about right before the break. He's just setting up the demographics. So you'll see here is their proposed District 7 that they sent in is in purple. It has a total population of 221,588 with a deviation of negative 7.05%. And it is under by 16,795.
The key thing, at a glance, it looks very similar to the Commission's District 7, but can you zoom in on Flagstaff? But it actually takes Flagstaff completely out. The whole city is out of District 7 and into District 6. And then they balance that both by underpopulating the district and then by lots of changes all along the border of the district. Can you go over to Winslow? So we haven't looked at this, so I don't know. So yes, Winslow and zoom out some there. Yeah, Winslow and the whole area around it is all taken into 7. And then zoom out a little bit more. Yeah. And so where the Commission's map goes over to Highway 191, this has all of Navajo County in District 7 and only goes over to the border. Oh, you can turn your mic.
St. John's?
Yes, so St. John's, St. John's, Eager.
It does have it.
All those towns are in District 7.
Including the town of Show Low.
Mm-hmm. It looks like, can you zoom in down there where it says Pine Top, Lakeside? Yeah, so Show Low, Pine Top, Lakeside, all those towns are in District 7. Yeah, Show Low's actually divided slightly. So the general makeup of it is the same when you look at it from the statewide view, but obviously moving Flagstaff is a big change, and then all these communities are moved in order to offset it. And as I mentioned earlier, a 7%, 7.03 or whatever, 7.05% deviation, we can still keep within the overall 10% plan deviation that's considered presumptively constitutional. We just have to be very careful on the districts that are over, but to make sure that none of them is over by more than 2.95%.
Any reactions or thoughts from my colleagues?
With all due respect to their request, I think it just goes counter to everything. We've talked about these things actually in detail and voted on them. And at one point, it's really trading the White Mountains for Flagstaff. And we heard vociferously from the White Mountains that they did not want to be part of this district. And we heard a pretty even keel response from Flagstaff. At one point, I asked my colleague, Vice Chair Watchman, whether the Navajos would prefer Flagstaff to the White Mountains, and he said yes, he thought they would prefer Flagstaff. So this just goes counter to all of the discussions we've had, and I would not support it.
I'd like to add that to alter equal population, to me, would require a very serious explanation for how we're honoring other responsibilities, and I just don't see that here. And so I think in addition to that, okay.
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioner May, I think we all are trying to honor what we think are communities of interest and what has been conveyed, you know, from our forums and our tours and information. And so this is, you know, one data point to consider. And so I haven't seen this till now. So, you know, I'm you know, trying to understand it. And I did hear, like, for example, we did hear the city of Snowflake and Show Low in that area, you know, basically state that they liked, that their community of interest is somewhat different than the interests of the tribes. Holbrook and Winslow are in the Navajo map, and I don't recall hearing from, and they may have provided some information. Flagstaff being outside of what Navajo is considering is something that I guess I have to further study, because I think Navajo does have, there's quite a few Navajos that do live in Flagstaff, and so, but I think this is something to take under advisement, and like we said earlier, we will be coming to some conclusion and going back out to the public, and so, but, you know, I do also understand that we've gone through several series of maps, and we did approve them, and so, in this case, we're now at 4.1, and so I think we, you know, in respect for that work that we've been doing, you know, we continue to move forward and improve every subsequent map that we do agree on by vote, and then we move forward. So, thank you.
And we appreciate the feedback from the Native American community, from the public. You know, it provides points for deliberation, but there is consensus that will continue from 4.1 with the added benefit of learning from this proposed map.
And then, in total contradiction to all of that, I'm really struggling with this current 4-1 map. And similar to my colleague this morning on the congressional map, we want to create more work for you. So I would like to see an alternate version going back to using base map 3.2. And starting with 3.2, take a look at the Latino recommended districts, but not trying to get to an 8th district, and take a look at those and see if there's adjustments that should be made from 3.2 that would better incorporate those Latino community of interests. And have an alternate map that works from this. I think the Maricopa County and the number of competitive districts are far better working from this 3.2 map than they are from the 4.1 map. All the changes we were trying to do in Maricopa County are suggested. We keep hearing that you can't do it without changing everything. So we either need to change everything in the 4 series, or we need to go back to the 3.2 and see if we can work from a better start that direction. I do think in the 3.2 maps, you don't want District 16 coming all the way up as far north as it does. And District 16 should incorporate the Marana area down south.
So I appreciate the fact that you acknowledged that on the one hand, we're saying, let's not go back, and on the other hand, you're saying, let's go back. I do very much appreciate that.
This morning I said it was okay to go back. And no, I was just saying in the Flagstaff area and on the District 7, we spent a lot of time specifically talking about that district, and I think I think we took into the community of interest of the Navajo Nation really strongly in that, but also the community of interest expressed by the White Mountains.
And I think we can, I think we want to take them, what the Navajo have proposed into account and take a look at that as we move forward. I look at, and I'm all for giving it a shot, certainly, as Commissioner Meal has requested, just as he agreed with me this morning. And so certainly we could take a look at that. I'm looking at I will say from looking at 3.2, I think we'd have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of the same partisanship that we're seeing in the current map that we're looking at, 4.1. It is evident in 3.2 as well. So I think we're going to have struggles on both sides, whichever map we pick. There's going to be work that needs to be done to look at communities of interest and how they're aligned and trying to find that balance. But I'm all for the effort that Commissioner Meal has proposed, but I will say I have some real concerns when I take a look at the map, the 3.2 map, and how that is laid out. And I will be curious to hear, once we get the information from our attorneys about the VRA analysis as part of this, so we can actually hear a little bit more once that comes in on the racial polarization.
Would it be possible to pull up the demographics from 3.2?
Yes, you certainly can, and this may be where you're going, Chair, but I would flag it's not so much the coalition districts that are locking us in for the Tempe moves. It's the balancing of District 15 and District 7. So 3.2, remember, is not a balanced map. So District 15 is left way short. You can see here, thank you. So as noted at the bottom, I think most of those changes are pretty easy. District 7, there we go. Yes, so we can balance it, and it lists there kind of how we would go about that. But just to know that what locks us in is that District 7 and balancing District 15. So we can do it, but it's not so much the coalition and the map as that District 7.
Just for curiosity, if you can take a look at a comparison between the vote spreads between the two maps, I'd be curious. I mean, I could try to do the count. You're probably much faster at it, but if we could compare the 3.2, correct, and 4.1, I would appreciate it.
In terms of how many competitive districts there are?
I think the vote spread, I think that's part of what we're looking at, and then we're also looking at, in 3.2, we did not yet put the Latino coalition maps, correct?
Right.
So that I know there would be adjustments, which is what I thought we did with 4.0 and 4.1, but.
Yes, so
The only real change in the Latino coalition map that I could see in 3.2 is that 24 moves across the bottom of District 1 and District 1 moves north. The rest, D11, D26, D27, and D22 are all pretty similar. And so. And I like the way it treated District 12 and District 13 in effort. I think that was kind of what you were trying to refer to, Shireen, to make it more competitive.
So in terms of competitive numbers, and we do this with a caveat, as the map is posted with an asterisk, this is not a balanced map. So when we're looking at competitive numbers, these may not hold up under balancing, although we try to keep them in line. So we have two districts that are highly, in the vote spread, that are less than 4% in 3.2. There are districts 2 and 4, you can see there. It's hard to read on the screen, but if you look at for the commissioners, the residents can see them because they're seeing on the screen what you're seeing on the screens on the floor before you. That's much better quality than the projector screen. So 2 and 4 are less than 4%. 12 is 8.9% spread, but it does have one swing election. 13 is a 5% spread and has one swing election. 23 is at 4.6, so it's in our 7% range and has one swing. And 27 is 6%, but does not have a swing. So.
Would you mind comparing that to 4.1?
Yes.
Please.
The one thing I should flag is that District 4, that's the 1% spread, is also 36% underpopulated. So that may very well not survive. So compare that to which one? 4.1? Okay, you got that up there. Yeah, so in 4.1, we have District 1 is less than 4% spread and a 6-3 swing. We have District 13 is within the 7% spread at 5.9. And then District 17 is at 0.9%, almost perfectly balanced in a 6-3 swing. And then there's a couple others that are close. So you've got District 16 is at 7.7%. And I think that's right. And then, yes, and then District 27 is at 8.1%.
So based on this, if we take out number 4, since you said it's underpopulated, so that would shift. We have basically the same number. We have 5 in each of these 2 maps that are within our range. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, no, 4.1 only has 3 that are within our range, and then the 2 that are close.
Oh, okay. Because 12 is...
Yeah, 3.2 also has 1, 2, 3 seats that are close that I had not listed earlier.
Okay. So there's a little bit of a difference, but not a huge difference. But we also don't have the coalition maps in there yet.
Right, we don't have the coalition maps, and it's not balanced, so we don't know how the balance would swing it.
The coalition maps give us an extra district. And so, I think it's our job to make sure we kind of keep within our current guidelines. And, one of the things that, if you look at these maps, it looks like to me 3.2 East Valley works for the commission somewhat. It's a good starting point, whereas a coalition map changes the center of Maricopa County. I don't know if there's a way to blend those. I mean, obviously District 8 is the big caveat, but.
Really hard to say, I guess.
I guess I thought that's part of what we did with 4.0 and 4.1 was, and so I would just love to know, actually exactly what you would like as your proposal. If you can clarify, is it that you only want 7 coalition maps? Just to be clear, so that would help the guidance.
Well, currently, right now, we have 7 Latino coalition maps and 1 Native American.
Right.
So I think it's our job to at least get to that.
Right. So I guess the question would be then which of the coalition maps to drop of the 8, because they submitted 8, right?
Correct.
Could we hear from the attorneys just on that?
Keep in mind that we're not trying to exactly, we're trying to learn from what they've submitted, what their communities of interest are. And it's up to us to draw lines and determine how many districts that turns into and to interpret what they've sent. So we shouldn't take them by rote, which is what we've done on 4.1. And we should be more thoughtful on how we're looking at that input and staring at it on a community of interest basis. Because right now it's just, by taking it rote, we've disturbed communities of interest in the rest of Maricopa County. And so I don't think it's working.
Well, and I see our attorney actually about to speak, so I'm going to let him go.
Well, I was going to make a suggestion, and obviously want to get your thoughts on this, Brett, but obviously we're waiting on this VRA analysis, but if it is Commissioner Meal's desire to see a version of 3.2 with population balancing, because it's unbalanced, and then do an analysis for that map as well as 4.1 from the VRA perspective, we can do that, if that is the Commission's desire. Do you agree, Brett? Yep.
I think that would be good and worthwhile doing. And whether we want to then hold off on trying to make any changes to 3.2, there are changes I think all of us would want to make if we decide that it is worth working from that. But if we want to just wait and take the changes we've suggested for 4.1 that we've already talked through, and then do the VRA analysis on 3.1 and 3.2 and our new 4 whatever it is, and then work from there, that I would be okay with that.
I'm confused then with what direction we're giving our mapping team.
I think what I'm hearing is just population balance 3.2 and send it over to legal for a review.
And I guess since we have to population balance it anyway, then I would at least take a look at any obvious changes anybody would like to suggest. My obvious one is to try to get Marana in with Oro Valley and to try to have that district, whatever the number is, 16, not go as far north as it does, District 16. So 16 would drop south.
I'm just bringing
I
back
have to make sure I'm in the
time.
wrong maps.
If I may ask the legal team, if we finish this tonight and get this to you, we're talking midnight, would legal be able to, how fast could the legal analysis be done?
Doug, are you talking about a 3.2 map that's balanced?
Yes.
It's a little hard to say, but I think we can push to have that done by tomorrow as well. Because I assume that now that we're going to have the 4.1 done at some point this afternoon, it will be easier to turn around a second map. So I think if you give it to us by midnight, hopefully we get it to our East Coast friends, and by the time we're here, it'll be ready. That's my optimistic prediction.
Yeah, and just, my fear is we're getting close to Thursday. So
I would suggest that we just take 3.2 as we left it, rather than start to make 1 or 2 changes here and there at this point. And then if we decide to go back to 3.2 tomorrow and work from there, once we've got some of the analysis done, then we could start. Because I'm a little concerned. I'm not working off of 3.2. I haven't been thinking of it to start to make 1 or 2 changes here and then say, I'd rather just kind of do it all at one time at that point, because as we know, one change impacts another. So if we could have it population balanced, have the VRA analysis, come back tomorrow with those for both 4.1 and 3.2, as you suggested, Commissioner Meal, I'm okay with that. And then we could just work on whatever changes at that point, if that's the map that we choose to adopt. Since we've already adopted 4.1, we would have to go back to rethink that. So that would be my suggestion, rather than to do, because I'd have to otherwise start really going back and saying, now I want to change this one or that one. Since it's not population balanced, everything we do is going to have this domino effect.
And my slight disagreement with you or modification of that is because they have to population balance it anyway, they've got to make a bunch of changes, and they're going to be trying to decide those changes. So since that Marana Oro Valley one jumps out to me so big and it's so easy, I should at least mention it. If they can incorporate that as they balance population, great. If you can't, great. But the fact that you need to population balance it anyway means they're going to be making changes to make it work. So, and I'm happy to make no further comments and no further changes than that to keep it simple.
And if there are broader issues that we've already debated, and, feel free to throw them out if they're relatively, I don't want to say simple, but, clear direction to incorporate in 3.2. It just is more efficient that way.
Well, I will say that we made a bunch of requests which is how we got to 4.1 in many ways. And so now to start over and start with the requests again, we'd almost have to say, can you go back and look at all the requests that we made last time and then put those in rather than just one or two? And I think that's where it gets complicated for me, is that when we were looking at 3.2, we all had a few things here and there that we wanted to make changes. So I guess my preference is to go back to 3.2 and do the population balance that you were talking about. Take a look at the VRA requirements, looking at the 7 districts, just like what you requested. And then, depending on what we decide tomorrow, we can start to make some of those changes. Because honestly, I don't remember all the requests that we made last time for 3.2, which took us, because yes, 4.1 ended up with coalition maps, but there were other changes that we incorporated at that time as well. And that's where I'm concerned about, do we need to kind of rehash all of that right now, or should we wait and see what happens tomorrow once we get that new analysis done?
If I remember correctly, we made changes, we accepted 3.2 predicated on what we wanted to see the overlay of the Latino Coalition suggestions, correct?
Yeah, from 3.2 to 4.0, there's really 3 main things that happened. One was the addition of the Arizona Latino Coalition 8 districts into the map. And then the other 2 were uniting the Kyrene School District and uniting Marana and Oro Valley. And then from there, we went to 4.1, which also looked at Tombstone and a portion of Cochise County being united into the Southern District 19. Those were the major differences between 3.2.
But we were waiting to balance population once we received the Latino suggestions, correct?
Correct. 3.2 was unbalanced.
Right.
4.0 and 4.1 were balanced.
Right, but once we got those suggestions implemented. So we just go balance 3.2 and take a look at it. With those other 2 changes, I think that would be a good start.
The other 2 changes being the Kyrene School District and Marana and Oro Valley, is that the 2?
And
Yes. And you have heard other changes that collectively we mentioned from 4.2 to whatever the new number would be that you're working on now anyway. If any of those are obvious things you should incorporate as you're trying to balance, use your discretion to use that input. If they're not, then don't. So.
Okay.
As well as with the underlying goal of shrinking the extremism between those spreads.
And I would ask that occur with both maps, 4.1 that we've been working off of, as well as the 3.2, because as you just read to us, those partisan extremes are not very different between those 2 maps. They're very similar. And so that's why I'll support my commissioner's request, but I'm not so sure why we have to go back when we have almost very similar, very similar patterns. So it'll be interesting to look at those tomorrow because.
Madam Chair, we're trying to figure a different question out. I'm not sure if there's a question legal. If there is, if you could repeat it, we can answer it.
I don't think there's a question,
Okay.
is there right now? No, I thought you were going to look at us with.
Well, actually, we were discussing something, and it could be that because we got very little sleep, we forgot, but we were wondering if there was a vote to adopt any map on the legislative side yet today. We didn't believe there was one, so that's what we were discussing.
Didn't we vote one in the morning?
We did vote for 4.1 this morning and moved forward from that.
Yes, we've been operating from 4.1.
Yes, and just circling back, so as you're thinking about what you want to see in the map and where you're hoping the map will go, I would note to the point earlier when I was talking about the Salt River Reservation, South Scottsdale, Tempe, and West Mesa together, and how Verde Valley drives that. Map 3.1 actually shows that and is population balanced too. So if you wanted to see how that rotates through, you do have that in front of you on the table.
I don't think Verde Valley should control Maricopa County. I mean, struggling to map for the whole rest of Maricopa County based on that area just doesn't make sense. Especially when there's not even a unified vision from the people who live there about where their natural community is. I mean, there's division, there's divided opinions. So it sounds like we're going to need to take a vote to go back. If this is the consensus of the commission, and my general consensus is based on our conversation, we can start again from 3.2 with the additional feedback that we've just provided. We will need a vote to put forth, giving direction to our mapping team to make changes from 3.2.
So I don't think we need a vote. It's similar to the request this morning on the congressional where they're doing an alternative map to look at that Commissioner Lerner asked for, and it's really the same thing here with what I'm asking for. So we're not yet going back. I'm not asking for us to go back yet. I'm thinking that once we see this revision, I may then ask for us to go back, but at this point, I am not.
Okay, I stand corrected. So we're asking our mapping folks to merely draw out some ideas, bring it forth to us, after which we will vote on a starting position. And I want to clear that with our attorneys. That is correct. Anything else with agenda item number 7? Okay, agenda number 8, we may want to defer that item just given where we are in the day and timing. Staff, would you like to give your report today, or would you like to defer this to tomorrow?
Chairwoman, we will leave that up to you. We're ready to give it today, or we could defer to tomorrow, whatever the commission wants.
Are you ready with anything on the congressional map?
We have 5.0 ready.
Oh, you do want, okay.
And we have 2 more that we need to go take a quick look at and might have ready by the end of the day. So,
Okay, I apologize. Do you want to go back into those reviews?
Sure. If you're on.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I don't think that we have agendized the executive director's report for tomorrow, so if we could leave time at the end for
Okay.
the executive director's report, that would be great.
We will do that.
Or you could do that now while we
let
go
us
check.
go that way.
You want to do that? Why don't you go get some time, then you'll come back and sum up, and we'll now turn it over to the executive directors.
And Madam Chair, if you'll just give me one moment, I'm trying to share my presentation.
We are on agenda number 8, Executive Director's Report and discussion thereof. We'll turn it over to Lori to address A. You'll announce which subcategory, correct, Lori?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we are now probably going on to something that is, feels a little premature for the commission, but we want to discuss our plan for the listening tour that is coming up for the 30-day public comment period. As the commission is aware, once the draft maps are adopted, then that triggers a statutory requirement for a 30-day public comment period, and that can come in a number of ways. Staff's plan, if the commission adopts maps this Thursday, is to use the October 28th and 29th date as the start of the public meetings. If we need to use the 28th and 29th days to continue deliberations, then staff will use the next week to start the public meetings. But we, over the last several months, have gathered a lot of information from the public about what they would like to see in these public meetings and how the formats that they would like us to hold them in and the locations of where they'd like them to be. We heard from many members of the public, from commissioners, from local elected officials, from nonprofit groups, from our outreach groups, organizations that are interested, from public comments, from emails about locations that people would like to hold the next public comment, public hearings. So we're putting together an extensive list, and it's really not something that I think the commission can physically go to in that 30-day period, but we'd like to be able to physically go to as many places as possible. But what we'd also like to suggest, and with the commission's direction, is to have different types of meetings. In the last 2 rounds of listening tour meetings, we've held public hearings and public meetings in places with satellite locations. We've streamed them to the internet, and we've been able to, at our satellite locations, have members of the public speak directly to the commission. We've recorded them and put them online. We're also proposing for this next round to have open houses. The open house concept would be where we have staff in a particular location. For example, if next week deliberations have concluded, the adopted draft maps are finalized, and we're going to the open house concept, we would have an open house from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. where staff is here. Commissioners can attend at their convenience. Public can attend at their convenience, and they can come in, they can provide public feedback either in a recorded session, we'll have written opportunities for them to provide feedback, and we'd like to utilize those open houses for anybody who's wishing to submit their version of a map to have that troubleshooting session that Mark talked about with Timmons, where if they are having any kind of technical issues, they can call in or come in, and we can be there all day for them. The telephone town halls, we were able to work with Cisco and WebEx in order to be able to allow the public to call in through WebEx. All they need is a phone number or a phone to be able to call in. And we are proposing 2 meetings where there would be telephone town halls where essentially the commissioners could log in via WebEx like they would do if they were on the Google Meets meeting. They could, members of the public could call in and provide their testimony and their feedback on the draft maps. We timeline is again, it's like everything in this process, it's fluid, so it really depends on whether or not the draft maps are adopted on Thursday, but we have contingency plans for both. Again, we've already booked a space for October 28th and 29th, either for deliberations or for our first public meetings. So we would propose that October 28th and 29th would be open houses with the mapping troubleshooting meetings. From November 4th to the 22nd, and again, it can be extended, but there's a Thanksgiving holiday in that period. We would propose traditional meetings with satellite locations. And again, those meetings are going to be streamed to WebEx and YouTube, similar to the listening tour and the grid map sessions. And then we would also propose at least 2 telephone town halls via WebEx. I've shared, and I'll share online, our proposed meeting dates. These are all subject to venue availability. And so we'd like to, if at the direction of the commission, go forward and be able to select venues and locations and be able to move forward on selecting these dates. And if we have to be a little bit flexible in this time period, we'd like to do so. But these are our ideal dates. And times would be at convenient times for the public. We've heard several members of the public say that during the week, meetings that are at the end of the week are much better for them, whereas, on the weekends, Saturdays are the most ideal day for everyone. We want to also make sure that we are taking into account accessibility. One of the things that we heard over and over again is the more accessible that the commission can be, the better. So our public meetings will continue to have interpreters in different languages, including American Sign Language and Spanish. They are all streamed to WebEx and YouTube, as this meeting is being streamed right now. They're all recorded and posted online. And then we also have a transcriptionist who's attending every meeting, and the transcriptions are posted online as soon as they're available. The open houses and telephone town halls would be something where it's a little bit more flexible, that the public can come by any time during a period of time, provide public comment in a variety of different ways. And then also with the calling in the telephone town hall, they can use WebEx, call in, speak to the commission and not have to drive anywhere or travel to any place. And then again, they would still have all of the things that a traditional public hearing would have. So at this point, what staff would like is just to monitor the meetings this week to ensure that if the commission adopts the plans on Thursday, we can be ready to start promoting meetings for next week. If not, then we will start promoting the meetings beginning November 4th, and then actually book the venues in various locations, and we'll need direction from the commission on what you would like to do and how you would like to do that.
I don't really understand the content of the meetings. You shared like a lot of different formats of meetings, and I don't understand what each one would look like in terms of how the public feedback would be shared with us and recorded, memorialized by our staff. So can you play it out a little bit?
Absolutely. So I think in the traditional meetings, we're envisioning those to be similar to the listening tour, where there'd be a set start time, and it would run as long as there's public feedback. The intent would be to get the public feedback on the adopted draft maps. So we'd give a set time for the public to give their feedback, and it would just be the commissioners listening. As far as the open houses go, we would just be there to collect data. So in whatever form the public wanted to do, we'd be set up to record public testimony. We'd have that posted online as soon as possible. We'd be able to collect data in a written form if that was more convenient and amenable to the person wishing to provide the public feedback. And then again, the commissioners can be there at the time that works for them, but the staff would be there all day. And then the telephone town hall, I think, would be set up similar to some of the listening tour, where there would be a set time for the public to call in. Commissioners could log in at their leisure on WebEx and then listen to the feedback. Again, everything would be recorded online. We'd have staff and members of the mapping team to be actually able to input that data into a report at the end.
And how many of each? I mean, I see the days, I'm not sure which ones are which.
Well, that is all dependent on the availability of the venues. There are some venues that are just, we're not sure if they're available yet, and we wanted to make sure that we move forward with your direction on that. But we're anticipating 2 telephone town halls, 2 open houses, and the rest would be in-person public meetings with satellite locations.
So, Madam Chair, one of the challenges, and maybe it's just my note taking, or here are all my notes right here. So, how do I? Well, the trouble I'm having is that we've gone through a lot of information gathering, but as we're sitting here deliberating, there's no resource to a readily resource to reference, like letters and whatnot. Because I do recall seeing it, but how do I go back and retrieve it? And so now we're contemplating 30 days of more public input. And so are we going to have, for example, the verbal transcription available so that we can go back and kind of verify, sometimes my memory is foggy, so how to go back and retrieve information that I thought I heard, but just to verify that, because I'm having that trouble right now. And so that's the first thing. So then the second thing is you have 12 events here. It'd be nice to kind of jot down, is it going to be an open house? Is it going to be telecom, or is it going to be in person? And and so forth, so that at least I can plan, because I'm trying to plan for the month as well, because this is half my life. The other half I have to figure that out too. So, but for me, the biggest thing is how are we able to retrieve the information that we're hearing so that we can use it? Right now it's just kind of foggy recollection and bits and pieces, and so that's the part that I think we need to work on, so that we don't get bombarded, saying you forgot this, or we sent this to you and you didn't recall it. Like for me, for example, I'm waiting and hoping that at some point, for the Native American communities, we'll have kind of here's a report of what all the tribal leaders sent to us as a commission. Likewise, we're kind of getting piecemeal from the Latino coalition. It's not all together. And to me, it'd be very helpful, because we're actually looking at blocks and we're looking at communities of interest. And so how do we try to put it together? And so I appreciate what we did on our grid. We have 1,000 or 200 different communities of interest, but it's just one big blob right now. And so how do I discern it and, try to make it useful? Because people are traveling many, many miles and spending hours to come to us and, present their views. And we want to make sure we do our part to try to acknowledge each and every one of those very important pieces of information that these folks are spending time to generate for us. So I'll stop there, but I'm just curious as to how we're going to try to figure that out. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, Vice Chair Watchman, I think those are all really great points. You have really, been, I think, one of the model organizations in being able to receive feedback and wanting to have an organized way of sorting through that feedback is important, especially as we're looking to gather more feedback. And so we want to take this opportunity to make sure that we are planning out in a way that you can discern through all of the feedback, especially through the models that we proposed. All of the transcriptions are available online up through, I think the last one we received was September 28th. So as soon as we get them, we're posting them online, and I can reshare that to the commissioners. We can absolutely look at getting new reports on various organizations that what their feedback has been thus far, and kind of organizing that and looking to move forward, making sure that we're gathering that when members of the public are coming in to testify or to provide feedback. And then also, I think that Timmons will be looking at providing a report, much like the community of interest report, and much like what will be the grid map report, or what has been the grid map report, gathering all of the objective bits of data so that you guys can look through that. And then I believe you have received so far all of the paper maps and emails that we have received, and we're going through and putting as much of that as we can online so the members of the public can review all of that data as well. And then as far as scheduling, absolutely, we will as soon as we can start booking these venues. If the open house concept and the telephone town hall and the public meeting concept is amenable to the commission, then what we'll do is we'll start booking those venues, and then we'll share those locations and those dates as soon as possible.
I think the general concept is excellent. I think it's trying to maximize public opinion in efficient ways. I love the open houses, provided that the commissioners make efforts in rotating. Even just a 5-minute appearance, I think, can make all the difference in helping people feel heard. Love the town halls because, again, there's just an efficiency there. I love the idea of a Spanish language town hall for people who, maybe just are a little uncomfortable speaking a different language and want to speak in their own. I want to make sure there's enough face time. So one of my experiences is that I think people appreciated the fact that there was a human body and eyes across, the room from them, that it's not all virtual. So I don't know how many you're thinking about live.
Sorry, Madam Chair, as it's proposed right now, it's 8 live.
Oh, live,
meetings.
tons live. Okay, that's plenty. And the last thing I want to say, and I'm not opposed to it, I just feel the moral responsibility to acknowledge it. Jewish and Muslims, they observe the Sabbath Friday to Saturday, and let's make sure we have evening hours during the week, because for that group, it's just a non-starter for them to come on Friday night to Saturday evening. And that's fine. I'm not asking to open up hours for this incredibly small population, but let's at least make sure that there's opportunities for them to come.
If I could just ask a question. I like the diversity of opportunities. I think that's great because, not everybody likes to stand up and testify. Some people want to have more individual conversations. Just for clarity, this would be more of the town halls, but then we would be adding to that as well with other opportunities, or are these all of the events that you're talking about?
Currently, that is all of the events that we were talking about during that 30-day period. Okay. However, we can add at the commission's direction.
Well, I'm only wondering whether or not, I guess I have to think more about whether or not we'd want to add something, but add things that are more, that are not in person as much as maybe some of those telephonic things or something, other ways that people can provide input on other days. And then how we mix those up between town halls and open houses would be important as well, to make sure that we're in contact with as many people as possible. But I think having a diversity of options is great.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I would suggest not trying to start next week and to be looking at that early November date as the start date, because whether we finish by this Thursday or not, I think there's 50-50 we'll finish. If we don't, then we're into next week with our meetings. But even if we do, it wouldn't hurt to have started them on that November 3rd date and then use that last week in November also, because we're not scheduled to meet for the decision meetings for the final maps until December 14th. So even finishing up by December 1 gives 2 weeks for our team to try to help consolidate and give us information in ways that we can digest it. I think Vice Chair Watchman's comments there were very appropriate, and I appreciate them. So if we can, use that time then, but I think we can go not next week and flip to the end of November and be in great shape.
And what's the timing on the legislative review? I mean, go ahead.
You mean the 30 days, or when the legislators have the opportunity to come and address us? It's within that 30-day period.
Correct, yeah. Is that after we do our public meetings or during?
I believe it's triggered. That's council. When is the 30 days triggered? As soon as we vote on the draft map? And it doesn't matter what day of the week, and it's 30 days from that point.
That's correct. And as far as the order you want to go in, that's ultimately a policy decision of the commission. In other words, when you get that feedback that the legislature is entitled to give you via the Constitution, if you do that and receive it and consider it before, after, or during your public tour, that's ultimately the decision of the commission.
And could we, as part of that, we have our Tuesday meetings, and we could potentially be doing some of that on our Tuesday meetings as well, right? As an add-on in terms of taking comments or having legislators or something, because that's not listed on here, but those, I would assume, once we have the maps and are going out there, those could be additional meetings for feedback. with our regular planned meetings. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We've kept Tuesdays for business meetings because it's been very difficult on staff to conduct both the business meeting and an in-person public meeting. But if we wanted to tack on some of the telephone town halls or have some of the feedback from legislators or however you want to do that, we can absolutely make that happen.
I don't think the idea is combining them. I think if we're just going to invite a few isolated guests, elected leaders, that may be on a Tuesday if it's virtual, that's not going to throw our business meeting off, and it just may be efficient, use of time.
Perfect. Okay.
I like this schedule. I think 3 a week is 2, 3 a week is what we can handle. I think it's a good pace for mapping. And this doesn't preclude individual commissioners, up to 2 of us, from going into other communities that have difficulties reaching us as well. I mean, so this is just the minimum of what we're going to do collectively as a body. And I know that there are a lot of communities that want, even, more access and all of that. And that's also a possibility for us to be out there more.
And I just want to mention I concur with Commissioner Meal on the concept of leaving next week off just in case and going in through the last week of November. I think Thanksgiving week is difficult for everybody because certainly it would be nice almost to leave that open for staff as well, so that if staff wants to have some time with family that week, we could potentially consider seeing if we can maybe do 3 that week, the week after Thanksgiving, to allow staff that week of Thanksgiving some time, as well as the commission.
How much time mapping by the end of this public tour before we begin to deliberate in an ideal world? I know you're going to be updating information constantly, but is there a certain number of days that you feel need to be in between?
It's hard to predict. We don't really know where things will come out from what you hear and your thoughts on what you hear. So it's a lot of time to process and make sure that you have time to review the materials that come in before the meetings. But I think we planned on at least a week. We may not need 2 weeks.
I think if we move in the public hearings until the first week of December, that still positions us well to give mapping a week and for us to have considerable time to deliberate, maybe even before the 14th. Of course, only after we have the legal 30-day review period.
And the only thing I'll add is that we know that over the course of these when we were holding hearings previously, we heard from some communities, and you've mentioned this, so I appreciate that you'd heard from some communities who'd been asking to have hearings, and I know that you're considering that as part of it. So I appreciate the fact that you're listening to communities on those that want to host and have us visit them.
In terms of the physical locations of the 8, are you talking about 8 primary locations and then satellites in addition as we've traditionally done?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, if you could just get a list of those locations as a draft us, that'd be great. I know that there's a lot of clamoring in the community for who's going to get them.
Absolutely. And with that, I think that was the end of my report, if there are no more questions.
Okay, anything on the other items, Lori?
I think we reviewed public records yesterday. I don't know if there are any more questions on that by anybody. I think that was it for staff's report right now.
Okay. With that, we can go back to agenda item number 7 and turn it back over to mapping for whatever summations and questions you have from us.
Well, thank you. Lori, could you give us sharing permissions for Brian? So what we have for you right now is map series 5.0, 5.1, and 5.2, and 5.3. So we do have 4 new maps for you guys ready to go within the same day. Just throwing that out there. So you can see here on the tree, it all builds off of 4.2 that you approved earlier today. So we have 5.0 and then 5.1 and 5.3 both come off of that 5.0 version, and then 5.2 comes off of the 5.1 version. So we'll start by putting on the screen 5.0.
And everything that we're about to show is not publicly shared yet, but it will be.
So on 5.0, this map basically builds off of the 4.2 version, and the main goal here is to unite the Auction Indian Reservation and the Gila River Indian Reservation and Maricopa, the city of Maricopa, into District 2. Increase competitiveness in Districts 4 and 5, moving parts of Avondale and Tolleson into District 3, moving all of Casa Grande and the University of Arizona into District 6. And in order to accomplish these major goals, Gila River Indian Reservation, Auction Indian Reservation, the city of Maricopa were moved from District 7 to District 2, which is north of there. There you go. We're moved into District 2. All of Casa Grande, Coolidge, Red Rock, Saddlebrook Ranch, Oracle, and part of Coolidge were moved into the yellow District 6 on the screen. All of Santa Cruz, Green Valley, and Picacho were moved into District 7 for balancing purposes. The area around the University of Arizona, including the university, was moved from District 7 into District 6. And we used the east of 6th Avenue Road as the dividing line. District 6 and 7 were then balanced along the Tucson border south of the university. Going down. Go down the 10 freeway. Yep, zoom in there. There you go. Most of Gold Canyon was moved from District 5 to District 2 in the Maricopa County area. There you go, right where the 60 is. Cool. District 4 moved further east into District 5, reaching Power Road, while District 5 was moved further north into District 4, east of the 101 corridor, in order to increase competitiveness in the area. District 4 was then moved slightly north into South Scottsdale into District 1 to offset for some population balancing. Tolleson and part of North Avondale were moved into the District 3. For balancing purposes, the southern border of District 1 moved into District 3, down to the 101 loop and slightly west of I-17. Glendale was then moved from District 3 into District 9 west of 75th Avenue. The eastern border pushing into District 1 we used for population balancing. And El Mirage was added from District 9 to District 8. And then District 9 incorporated Sun City West, Sun City Grand, and some of North Peoria from District 8 for the final population balancing. The map is balanced, all population is assigned. There was no request that we could not fulfill in 5.0. I know that was a lot of changes there for you. If there are no questions, we can continue to move on to 5.1. Okay. Can you bring up 5.1? So 5.1 built upon that 5.0 map that we just talked about, but just with some slight changes to balancing between districts 6 and 7. The University of Arizona area in Tucson moved from the yellow District 6 back into District 7. If you go south, Brian. Santa Cruz County was then split again between Districts 6 and 7, as you can see there on the screen. The two districts were then balanced along the Tucson border south of the river, the Relito River, I think. We'll get that right. And then this map also has all of Casa Grande inside of District 6. Go up. And this was the request then that took the city of Maricopa not into District 6. It's still in District 2. Map is balanced. All population is assigned. We were able to fulfill every request for this.
And just as a quick note, that odd shape where 6 comes around to get Casa Grande, we're coming around Eloy. So the reason for that jagged edge is keeping Eloy together in 7 and Casa Grande's together in 6.
And Arizona City.
Oh, and Arizona City's in 7 as well.
Can you just pull the stats up a little bit so we can see them?
Sure. Can you? Any other questions on 5.1? Yep. 5.2?
So the 5.2 report is actually fairly simple as Brian pulls it up. So the difference is 5.1 was taking D6 up to Casa Grande. And then the next step was to see in 5.2, we're testing, can we actually get D6 up to Casa Grande and Marana? And oh, I'm sorry. I have Marana and Oro Valley on my mind. So Casa Grande and Maricopa would be together in District 6. So, and obviously we can draw that and you can see the result. The challenge is that the 5.0 impact on District 2 was trading the reservation for other territory. So it was a straight, District 2 was giving up and adding. In this case, we're then trying to also take Maricopa from District 2, and it ends up that it's too much population coming out of 2 and nowhere to pick it up. So in these tests, we can get District 6 up to Casa Grande, but we can't balance District 2 if we take it all the way to Maricopa. So we wanted to show it to you, show you the results, but if you look at the bottom, we end up with District 2 being short by 34,000 people because Maricopa is so big. So we wanted to show it to you, but we weren't able to draw a map that would meet that request. So inclusion, the Casa Grande works, Casa Grande and Maricopa doesn't.
Do we see a learner map?
Pardon me?
Are we going to see the learner map?
Yes, so the 5.3. Team's been busy. Do you want to talk to this? So 5.3 starts with 5.0, so it has all those changes you saw in 5.0 built into it. And then the main focus here was the discussion of trading the kind of I-17 Prescott portion of Yavapai County for Graham and Greenlee County.
I thought it was for the pause.
So, and then down in Tucson, it then, I believe, is this the university one? Sorry, this finished seconds before we walked in. So So yes. So, and this has the university, I believe, can you zoom way in on that board? I think the university is back in 7. I'm sorry, the university's,
But Shereen,
that's right. The
did-
university's moved to 6 in this one.
But I thought the commission asked to see the river communities in the Northern District together. Northern
So-
Tucson, not,
So there was a discussion at the end about should we also move Mojave County in or not, but at least our understanding was that wasn't part of this test.
so. It's part of our test.
Right. So this was, yeah. So this is putting all the, as we understood the request, it was to have 9 not be so much in the West Valley by pulling the Prescott I-17 corridor into 9, so to reduce how far it had to come in. Obviously, going in, taking Mojave out would then push it farther back into the West Valley.
This is Tucson, you're showing us.
Yes.
You're talking about Prescott.
Oh, so now you're jumping to Prescott, yeah, but
Sorry.
so it did work. It is population balanced, and let's see. And you can see the change. The edge along the Mingus Mountain edge, all the Verde Valley populations in 2, all the Prescott populations in 9, we didn't have time to do the little 0 population blocks and make it look a little smoother. But you can see the result. So we are working with everything that was in 5.0 and then just making those trades as discussed this morning. Yes.
And also Graham and Greenlee go into District 2 in this map also.
And as noted this morning, we didn't population balance everything in all the districts in Maricopa, but we certainly could to make them work within this.
So at this point, it sounds like we have the ability to go home and kind of study these options. Is there any other direction or feedback from us that would be helpful?
I think we probably have plenty to do this evening. So,
Okay.
And when will these be posted where we can see them?
Yes, when we go back to the room, we'll make sure they're posted where you guys can see them. Then we'll work on getting them posted to the public, to the hub site.
Okay.
We'll also work on getting the demographics and the competitive PDF out. So that'll be the immediate homework we have, and then we'll work on the other legislative district homework that you have for us.
And it seems like, and I'll ask my fellow commissioners, that when we've added that list of things on the default demographics, it seems like there's been a lot of interest in looking at the vote spread. So could we also add the vote spread as one more column? I don't know if there's any column that can get knocked out of here, or if we just add one, but I would appreciate adding the vote spread just on an ongoing basis, if others agree with me, as one more thing for us to be looking at across.
We can add the comp rep votes as well as the dem votes that we have on there. We don't have the ability to create a new column to add those together because the system's building that information on the fly as we put blocks and blocks together.
Okay, that's not one of the listed things that can be done. Yeah.
You can see it there. So the comp dem votes to comp rep votes, the difference between those two numbers is the vote spread.
Right.
So in District 1, the vote spread is
Okay.
0.8%.
Yes.
It's not quite as nice as having it
I
done.
was
But
trying to make it even simpler, but okay, thank you. Request withdrawn.
Okay. If there's nothing else, I think we can move to agenda item number 9. Okay. Item number 9, next meeting date, tomorrow, October 20th, 2021, at 8 a.m. Agenda item number 10, closing of public comments. We are now closing public comments. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. We'll move to agenda number item 11, adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Vice Chair Watchman.
Second, Commissioner Mill?
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will adjourn, and thank you, everybody, for your very hard work, and I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great evening.